Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the University of L'Aquila, and thank you for choosing our university for these training days. Finally, after 2 years of postponing this event, we succeed in organizing it. And the focus of this event is sustainability as a development strategy of our university, whose members have been working in the last days in order to achieve the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let me introduce now our rector, Professor Edoardo Alesse, for the opening of the International Staff Training Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Good morning, everyone, and welcome at the University of L'Aquila for the second staff training meeting organized for this year. L'Aquila University is the oldest university in Abruzzo. Is located at about 70 miles from Rome, and was established by Fernando d'Aragona in 1458. It's a very old university, but was founded as a studium. The actual asset, the modern university, is from 1950, so much more younger than the studium. It's a middle-sized university with less than 20,000 students, a little bit less, about 18,000. And is organized in 7 departments that offer about 70 courses among first level, second level, single cycle, in addition to doctoral program and specialization schools in medicine. The didactic offer of L'Aquila University range from medical and dentistry to civil, informatics, industrial engineering, from biology and biotechnology to humanities, from physical and chemistry to ICT and mathematics, from psychology to sports science. It's a very wide offer. From about the research activity takes place in the department and as well as in the Center of Excellence oriented in sustainable transport, autonomous vehicles, molecular diagnostics and advanced therapy, meteorology, and so on. It's a very important center for our region. It's the most important center, I think, for our region. And we are very happy to organize this week for you. I'm sure that will be a very interesting moment for all of us, due to the important specialization of the argument of the topics you are going to discuss, ranging from, I don't remember all, but ranging from international strategy policy, social justice, international openness, quality education, gender equality, so on. It's very important problem. I'm sure you will be really satisfied of the topics we are going to talk about. Unfortunately, I'm not able to stay with you as long as I would like to stay, but I'm sure a very excellent job will be done by all of you. Just one more thing I want to tell you. At the end of each day, each work day, take a trip around the city, look at our beautiful palace. This is a city that is reborn after the terrible earthquake of 2009, and it's very, very beautiful. Taste our food, share our custom, and take with you the memory of a few days in L'Aquila, and I hope it will be very useful and also pleasant, also delicious. Thank you very much.
Let's introduce our General Director, Pietro Di Benedetto, who has been strongly supporting us this event, a part of our international strategy. Please.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all for this Staff Week International. We are very proud of having organized this week. And why we have picked among many possible items just the item of a civic university and the sustainable development. Because sustainable development is crucial for the future of Europe and of the entire planet. And education, research and innovation are essential in sustainable development. And this makes university key contributors to achieving the goals. Universities have a critical role in helping the world achieve the SDGs through their research, teaching, operations and community leadership. Universities are an important part of civic society, and they are excellent promoters of global and local participation. Universities facilitate people-to-people contact. This is a perfect example. And they are important actors in soft diplomacy. In this period of war, we have many connections with Ukraine's universities. We had before, and now they are more strength, more tight than before. Università dell'Aquila has incorporated the SDGs into its institutional strategy, both in management, in teaching, and research. We are dreaming about a sustainable campus. Sustainable campus means a university that contributes to building of a sustainable society through education, research, collaborating with the society and the campus development. Sustainable campus management has become important for us and is considered part of our societal responsibility. Sustainable management can include energy-saving measures, resource efficiency, and waste reductions, as well as the sharing of services, infrastructure, and facilities with other universities or external partners. But a sustainable campus is not only a campus with a low environmental impact. It aims to practically and multilaterally support the well-being of a society by expanding education and research that are rooted in social challenges as policies of the entire university and implementing campus development that harmonizes with the surrounding areas. A key element in all sustainability strategy is the whole institution approach, meaning all parts of the university community, including external stakeholders, are involved in this effort. Also, the staff mobility is part of our strategy. No university is an island. Globalization requires global cooperation. Only when we work all together from different countries and cultures, from different disciplines and capabilities, we can make our university leaders in global change. I hope these few words can be the path you will follow in these few days to catch all the suggestions that our professors and our colleagues will give you, and you will bring home to make this effort stronger, and because this is a challenge that we can win only together. So I hope you will be able, and I hope you have a pleasant stay in L'Aquila. I am sure of this, because I know my colleagues and friends, and so I know they have worked hard to give you a pleasant stay. Have a good work and stay well here.
Thank you. In order to get to know each other better, we have organized a medley of the videos you provided. Furthermore, we remind you that a recorded version of this event will be available on our YouTube channel.
Ho scelto l'Università degli Studi dell'Aquila perché
University of l'Aquila, for those who want to look far ahead.
Time flies, but thanks to modern technologies, we may affect it in a certain way. Thanks to the time-lapse technique, for example, we are able to show you natural phenomena which last a few hours or days in a much more approachable form. Furthermore, if we use slow motion, we may notice the things which are indistinctive for a human eye, or short-lived natural phenomena processing at any pace. As you can see, we may influence our perception of space-time. What if we could travel in this space? It is 1977. The turmoil unfolds in the chair of material engineering. This is the first authentic and historical photo of the automatic structure analyzer EPIC-Quant, constructed in Carl Zeiss manufacturing plant in East Germany. It will be used in the didactic process and during scientific research within the university and for the industry, the representatives of the university enthusiastically say. It should be mentioned that it is one of 4 such machines in our country.
Proszę.
Dzień dobry, panie profesorze. Zenon Kwiatkowski. Czy mógłbym otrzymać wpis z ostatniego egzaminu?
Dzień dobry. Proszę mi wybaczyć, ale całą noc uruchamialiśmy to cudo. Nawet pan nie uwierzy, jaki to unikat. Wie pan może, co to za urządzenie? Tylko proszę się dobrze zastanowić.
Czytałem o tym. To zapewne automatyczny analizator mikrostruktur. Czy są już dostępne wyniki badań?
Właściwie za moment dokonamy pierwszych historycznych odczytów. No ale szkoda czasu. Poproszę o indeks.
Czy byłaby szansa towarzyszyć przy pierwszych odczytach?
Naturalnie.
Piotr Kacejko, the rector of Lublin University of Technology. He is always trying to get to the university on time, no matter what morning duties he has, classes with students or administrative tasks in the rector's office. Our next protagonist, Tereska, first-year student at the Faculty of Management, is also doing her best to not to get beyond the academic grace period. Does the rector know that Tereska is late for classes, or will he only recognize the characteristic Fiat car, which was used in the second half of the 80s as a company car, of Professor Włodzimierz Sitko, the then rector of the university? Let's keep our fingers crossed for the second one.
Panie rektorze, musimy już wychodzić. Za chwilę otwieramy Centrum Innowacji i Zaawansowanych Technologii.
The Center for Innovation and Advanced Technologies is often called Lutz Superbuilding. The name is really accurate as the building houses the Central Laboratory of Implementation, opened in 2015. There are 191 ultra-modern research workbenches in 23 specialized laboratories. In a colloquially called Rusty Building, also the entrepreneur incubator of LUT is located. Let's enter.
Oceny w indeksie.
No, a teraz przygotujmy się do koncertu.
Erasmus program has been very popular for over 10 years at Lublin University of Technology. Over 6,000 people have participated in it so far. Apart from many obligations, program's participants also find time to integrate. Quoting after Sławomir Mrożek, time is always on. Quality has become a tradition at Lublin University of Technology over 65 years. Lublin University of Technology. Quality is our tradition.
What are the arguments by which Ștefan cel Mare University of Suceava justifies its existence? What mission does USV undertake in relation to its students, the local community, and even in relation to the Romanian system of higher education? Located in Bucovina, a region in northeastern Romania, USV is a dynamic, innovative and comprehensive higher education institution that currently has 11 faculties that organize bachelor, master, doctoral and postdoctoral programs and conduct scientific research in the field of technical sciences, engineering and IT, economic sciences, natural sciences, humanities, and medicine health. Situated in the central area of the city, the university campus is compact and includes 34 lecture halls, 150 modern laboratories, a library with over 300,000 volumes, and 7 reading rooms, an astronomical observatory, the Joseph Smith Auditorium, a book cafe, a swimming pool, and kinesiotherapy complex, sports fields and gyms, a student restaurant, and comfortable hostel accommodation. For internships, summer schools, and other extracurricular activities, USV offers a hunting lodge in Șipoțel and a center for continuous education in Vatra Dornei. It is USV that gave Suceava its first green roof. It is the Student Cultural Center, founded in 2014, that organized approximately 100 performances per year, offered by the student folklore group Arcanul USV and the Fabulous Student Theater Group. The Student Cultural Center also holds the USV radio station, the Digital Media Center, the Student Table Tennis Club, a photography workshop, a travel club, pop and folk bands, vocal groups, modern and rhythmic dance groups. With nearly 9,000 students, approximately 12% of them being foreign students, enrolled in more than 120 BA, MA and PhD study programs, USV aims to provide the community with education, knowledge and services. Apart from knowledge acquired, students are assisted in developing the necessary skills to adapt to new social professional situations and environments, to start their own business and enroll in long life learning programs. We know how important it is to develop among students a motivation not only for achieving personal success, but also for lowering dropout rates. In this respect, USV has enabled access to multiple project-funded internships for a significant number of students and, in addition to Erasmus and Erasmus Plus mobility, has initiated student mobility among Romanian universities, has stimulated the participation of students in research, sports, cultural, volunteering activities, has offered free of charge guitar, piano, painting, dancing classes through the Student Cultural Center. In fact, USV is interested in showing its students that their effort, hard work, dedication, and level of performance do matter. Mention should be made that there is a policy of stimulating research among students and staff. In this respect, the number of USV ISI indexed publications has doubled in recent years. These outstanding results made it possible for our university to be included in some of the major international and regional university rankings. Actually, over the past 5 years, such rankings included USV in top 10 Romanian universities, with its best results in 2021, when it has ranked the 6th university in our country by QS World University Rankings. In addition to that, we would also mention the fact that USV is ranked first among the Romanian universities in terms of the number of patents to be indexed in the database of the European Patent Office. It is our wish that USV continues its dynamic evolution in keeping with the demands of today's world. Our exceptional staff, research results and modern facilities entitle us to consider USV an institution equally oriented towards society and the elites. Therefore, dream, create, innovate. These are the words that define our university, the words that we use to address our future candidates, our students, as well as our graduates. So remember, USV, the university where today's dreams become tomorrow's reality.
Hello, my name is Tep Nivir, Vice Rector of National University of Battambang in Cambodia. Battambang is the second largest province with great potential in any kind of sectors, such as tourism, business, agriculture, industry, education, and so on. National University of Battambang, NUBB, was founded in 2007 by Samdech Kralahom Sokheing, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior. The aim is to provide opportunity to students in rural areas to be equally accessible to quality higher education in the northeastern part of the country. Under the guidance of His Excellency Sosaka, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport of Cambodia, and the direct leading of His Excellency Sokon, Rector of NUBB, the university has been reformed and widely recognized on the national as well as the international stage. The vision of NUBB is to be a prestigious, multidisciplinary and research higher education institution that meets and it exceeds regional and international standards. The two missions of NUBB are to train national and international students to become competent workforce in response to labor market needs, and to conduct scientific research that serves production of goods and services and contribute to national economic growth. NUBB plays an important role in human resource development in Cambodia, as more than 20,000 students were graduated and 90% of them were employed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to share that as a national university in Cambodia, there have been significant improvement and development for the last few years under the reform process. NUBB has 46 academic programs from associate to doctoral degree, 7 faculties specialized in agriculture, science, technology, business administration, sociology, and humanities, arts, and languages. Recently, NUBB has 131 faculty members, 4,588 students, 27 project partners, namely European Union, Erasmus+, JICA, AUF, World Bank, and so on. Furthermore, NUBB also has 16 laboratories, 3 e-learning classrooms, a theater for 500 people, a state-of-art library, as you can see behind me, and 2 lands. One is 18 hectares, and another one is 100+ hectares. In addition, NUBB is taking several initiatives to further strengthening competitive advantage, which includes 2-story STEM building that contains 16 laboratories, and it is to be constructed in this September. We also have University Industrial Cooperation Center, and we train young researchers to nurture research culture, not only in the university, but also in the society as well. This potentiality of the university opens opportunity to partners and academicians to collaborate with NUBB, and to students in the northeastern part of the country to pursue their tertiary degree, acquire quality education, and develop themselves to become competent and relevant workforce for the whole nation. Grazie. I wish you all the best and see you soon in dell'Aquila University. Bye-bye.
Okay. We will stop here for the first part of the videos, and the second part will be projected in the afternoon. Now we have a 15-minute break, during which we kindly ask you to register the registration desk. Okay, see you here at 11:15. Thank you. I think that we can start. Unfortunately, our first speaker cannot be here today in presence, and he's connecting remotely. I introduce you Professor Rubino, who is our Vice Rector for International Affairs and Full Professor Mathematical Analysis. He is coordinator of 2 Erasmus Mundus joint master degree, MathModes and Intermaths, and in the past he coordinated several Erasmus intensive programs, becoming an expert on the matter. I leave the floor to Professor Rubino. Good morning.
So maybe you can close and then reopen your microphone only when needed, because there is an echo that I can hear otherwise. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, first of all, a warm welcome in L'Aquila to all participants, and thanks to the International Relations Office, to all the staff, Faust and Alessandra, first of all, and all their colleagues for this great job. Sorry for not being with you in person today. Unfortunately, after 2 years of pandemic and the 3 vaccinations, now it is, I got the virus around 10 days ago, and I am at home, even if I hope that this will be the last day of isolation. So, the presentation that, sorry, that, by the way, trying again, I was with some problem here. So, the presentation that I will give now is focused on the international strategic policy of the University of L'Aquila. The main document certifying our commitment for the 2027 with the European Commission is the ECHE. And in this respect, let me say that the main author of our Erasmus Charter for Higher Education was Professor Anna Tozzi, that is there as usual with us. She is the Counselor for Internationalization Policy and Rankings, and I think that many of you know her very well. Thanks to her many years of experience, our international strategy policy is always, let me say, in advance of the new Italian legislation. So as a consequence, when we succeed, sometimes not, unfortunately, but when we succeed, our outcomes become a good practice for the institutions because of this trying to do something that is still not allowed properly by the Italian legislation itself. So most of the points that I will focus in the first part of my speech is something that in a standard situation in Italy is not even allowed. So we have to try to do our best usually to apply our policy that is done in the direction of innovation, and as far I can see, most of the time then after some years we reach the the result from the legislation point of view of what we already experience in our international cooperation. So the policy and vision of the University of L'Aquila are rooted on the concept that the universities of the 21st century must provide a space where students, academics, and professional communities work together to exploit the full potential of education and culture as drivers for job creation, economic growth, social fairness, to experience European identity in all its diversity. With this in mind, the university develops strategies and skills that are crucial for the renovation of the higher education system and the adaptation of all the components to the emerging challenges of the 21st century. And this includes adoption of innovative learning and teaching methodologies, promotion of multidisciplinary knowledge, reinforcement of the links between education and research, promotion of continuous learning, a real leap towards a student-centered education, a wise integration of competency-based, challenge-based, project-based, place-based education, a combination of different approaches to the research-teaching nexus, promotion of interdisciplinary research and the pervasive links between research, teaching, and entrepreneurship, reinforcement of the links with the key territorial actors. The University of L'Aquila is aware that the student community has deeply and rapidly changed, including nowadays people with different social, economic, and cultural background, part-time students, lifelong learners, people who lost a job or need support for career progression. And even the labor market has changed, thus requiring the new cross-disciplinary skills and competences. The concrete experience of the University of L'Aquila in the resilience phase after the 2009 earthquake has proven that only an integrated approach to problem solving can produce positive results in the sense of social and economic development and opportunities for innovation. In these difficult times, not only has our university proven to be an anchor institution, but it has also played a key role for the city of L'Aquila itself, which has become a living lab where researchers and students propose and experiment solutions together with decision makers, the economic sector, and the citizens in a challenge-based approach. We have developed double, multiple, and joint degrees with specific agreements, including, but not limited to, the framework of the Erasmus Mundus program. This institution has a consolidated experience in structured and embedded mobility of students and staff, integrated curricula, credit and title recognition procedure with you and behind, multilingualism and multicultural environment, even though within still rigid schemes. As I said before, if you look just to the numbers of our mobility, we are not on the top part of the ranking of the percentage of students that go in mobility, but we are doing our best to have a quality mobility, a mobility that is the one done as an experience of embedded mobility, where the students, when go abroad or when comes to us, is trying to do something more than just having taking a course that is as similar as possible to the one of the home university. That's not the, this is something that can be okay for the numbers, but not for the quality. For the future years, the University of L'Aquila aims to establish a mobility model based on a more flexible framework where, no matter the specific agreement, students within our networks can accumulate credits identified in their customized curriculum and get a double multiple degree. Students will be able to move in a seamless way between different programs, different areas, research, innovation, work, and sometimes different levels, in order to design their own professional and or research-oriented curricula. This meant to overcome the current gap between the demand of the 21st century economy and what graduates are prepared to do when they leave the academia. The only limits to their choice are given by logic and pedagogical sound student program. All these main stones of our policy are somehow part of the Erasmus Plus program that represents a major tool for implementing our institution's policies. And this means provision of high-quality education to all, putting in place measures to support and include those with difficulties due to social, cultural, economic, and ethnic background. Enhancement of physical and blended mobility of students and staff with full recognition of activities abroad. Promotion of multilingualism when possible, providing innovative solutions to the present low level of basic literacy even in the mother tongue. Enhancement of digital competence and STEM skills. Development of interpersonal skills, active citizenship and entrepreneurship, involving local and incoming students and staff in the living lab where experience, problems, constraints, but also opportunities are discussed together with institutions and bodies from the society. And on the same time, stimulating educational innovation by enhancing the interactions and the co-creation of knowledge and skills with citizens, schools, enterprises, social and cultural associations. Reinforcement of the feeling of belonging of the common EU house by enhancing the local and national cultural identity as contribution to the construction of the European identity in all its diversity. Enlargement of the network of institutions in Europe and beyond for a continuous cooperation in all the levels of academic activities. Reinforcement of the civic engagement in a transnational context with a continuous exchange between local and global. Full participation in the Erasmus Without Paper network and adoption of the European Student Card. Well, all the issues listed in the previous two slides are an integral part of the vision of a European education area where the new skills agenda for Europe should find its full application and where education would play its key role in providing people with the needed skills for finding decent jobs in a context of rapid and profound changes induced by the technological revolution and globalization. The University of L'Aquila considers as fundamental to tackle such themes in an international context within and outside Europe in order to gain a global vision of the cultural and societal challenges of today. In the last years, the University of L'Aquila has exploited all the opportunities offered by the key actions of Erasmus+ and other European programs, including the European Structural and Investment Funds and cooperation, to enhance its capacity in creating the right environment for a full implementation of the 4 missions with a high international character and in the framework of the wide accessibility and inclusive policies. The University of L'Aquila has been taking part in all the key actions of the Erasmus+ programs, before Erasmus and then Erasmus+ programs, since its launch. And let me, in this framework, try to do a scheme of what we are trying to do in the framework of the 3 key actions, starting from the mobility of individuals and mobility of learners and staff. So, as for the students, outgoing students, as I told you before, takes the opportunity to include in their customized study plan modules offered by the partner institutions and by combining physical and virtual mobility to acquire credits in more than one foreign institutions, even in using the new blended intensive programs. Incoming students will be able to prepare their learning agreements by picking and mixing modules from any degree course, and when their study plan satisfies the condition of logic and pedagogical coherence, we can think together with the partner to give the student the University of L'Aquila qualification as well. Outgoing administrative staff are encouraged to participate in staff weeks focused on key issues of the institutional strategic plan. And for incoming administrative staff, the university, as you can see, has developed the idea of an annual staff week thematic organized for increasing the mutual understanding of policies and strategies and their implementation. Outgoing and incoming academic staff concentrate their teaching activities on specific topics, aiming to increase the knowledge of the excellences offered by their institutions. Let me now go a bit more into the specific with the Erasmus Mundus programs, just to underline the part related to excellence. And the University of L'Aquila was the coordinator of some Erasmus Mundus programs. First of all, an Erasmus Mundus joint master degree for 10 cohorts, one of the long period of Erasmus Mundus programs funded by the Commission. MATMODS, Mathematical Modeling in Engineering, Theory, Numerics and Application, that was funded up to the cohort 2017. I will tell you later that the program is, of course, is still alive. Then, as for the Erasmus Mundus Action 2, our university again participated to many projects, but in particular was coordinator for ASSUR and integrated studies for Syrian and European universities until the 2018, and MAYANET, Mobility as a Key for Quality Enhancement of EU and Latin America universities. Coming to nowadays, the University of L'Aquila is a coordinating institution of one Erasmus Mundus program and is participating as full partner in 3 more programs, all of which are focused on STEM. Here you can see the 4 programs. As you see, the first one just started together with the last 2. The second one started with the cohort 2020. The 4 of them are funded for the first 4 cohorts at the moment. As for the Erasmus K Action 2, cooperation between organizations and institutions, let me say a few words related to the transnational strategic partnerships. The University of L'Aquila has participated in this action as coordinator and partner in the field of education, higher vocational education, civil engineering, health, all coherent with the institutional strategic development plan. The university considers such action as the knowledge alliance between higher education institutions and enterprises, fundamental tools for fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, creativity, employability, knowledge exchange, and/or multidisciplinary teaching and learning. And then capacity building for higher education. Again, let me just say a few words. The University of L'Aquila has a great experience in this type of programs and has developed both joint projects, curriculum development, modernization of governance, strengthening of relation between higher education institutions and economic and social environment, and structural projects supported to the higher education reform. And we are proud that some solutions proposed in our projects have been adopted by the ministries of education involved. An example is the case of Uzbekistan. There are then specific projects as Power and RecoAsia, started 1 year ago, that are focused on comparison of higher education systems, recognition of credits, and translation between different marks systems in a worldwide area as Middle East, Central Asia, Caucasus, Russia, Southeast Asia. Thus, our university has a clear vision of the problems connected with a global mobility between EU and the regions of the world, but also among them. The future plans on this program are to reinforce the cooperation with partner countries and tackle the specific needs and constraints that the fast changes are producing everywhere. All the activities have the final goal to make the university and in general the European education system attractive and for students from all over the world. Europe has the most equal and inclusive societies in the world with strong social protection systems which helped weather the economic crisis, summarizing the youth pillar of social rights. University students are the leaders of tomorrow. By building an inclusive learning environment rooted on such principles of social fairness, democracy, and the respect of the identities of all, the university can be a key actor in achieving the United Nations SDGs and form decision makers able to tackle global issues such as gender inequality, quality education for all, climate change, achieving peaceful societies and economic growth. Let me now tell you a few words also related to the European universities. As you know, the European University Initiative was started on the 2017 by the EU leaders in the aim to create a European model of university starting with putting together universities of different countries in Europe in a common campus, in a common network. Thus, our university is part of one of this network. We submitted a proposal. The network is known as ULIST, European Universities Linking Society and Technology. The ULIST is trying to design a new model of university that offers student-centered and multidisciplinary curricula, adopting challenge-based approach, allowing the preparation of individual study plans focused on students' aspirations and supported by academics and external partners in a multi-level, international and interdisciplinary cooperation, implementing the activities foreseen in the project, even in the case of proposal is not funded by the initiative, is one of the pillars of this network. So we are already working, even we don't know if we will be funded, but we will go on working, creating our campus. The university that are involved in this, together with the University of L'Aquila, is the Leibniz in Hanover, that is the coordinating institution, and then main universities in Greece, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, and then Finland, Sweden, Spain, Austria. Let me now go, as I said before, to say something more in detail related to the Erasmus Mundus programs that where our university is involved. So as I mentioned, the first one is coordinated by the University of L'Aquila, and as you see from the name, even if we are talking about something that in principle is one of the most theoretical as mathematics, but we are talking about interdisciplinary mathematics. So the consortium is focused on the application and on the interdisciplinarity in the framework, and with the idea to develop what is our policy. The university involved, as you see, are important universities in Europe, such as the Hamburg University of Technology, the Vienna University of Technology, the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and the University of Côte d'Azur. Let me go to the second one. The second one is the EPICO. It is, as I said at the beginning, another program in the STEM, in this case electric vehicle propulsion and control. So we are in an area that is very important for the future, today even more than when we started this project. On the 2020 was the first cohort that started. The university involved, well, the coordinator is the École Centrale de Nantes in France, but then we have Kiel in Germany and the University of Technology in Bucharest. And then software engineering for Green Deal is the other project where we are involved. It is coordinated by the Finland partner in La Peranta, that is, by the way, one of the partner university in our alliance, in the European Alliance that I said before. And then there is the Amsterdam involved. Together with this, the project involves many companies in the area of the software. Again, as you see, it is the software engineering is not just a standard software engineering, but in the direction of the Green Deals, means again very important innovation. And then again in the area of computer science, we have an engineering of data-intensive intelligent software systems. The project involves, again, it is coordinated by a Finland partner and involves a Swedish partner and a Spanish one. Again, this is another important milestone of our offer, international offer, and again innovative and going in the direction of data science and software, and intelligent software, that are the new directions of the computer science today, nowadays. Let me just to make a picture of the way we are trying to develop our cooperation in the policy framework that I told you at the beginning. Let me also include in this list of consortia, one that it is in the past 8 years I am going on working with. So in this one I am the coordinator in this moment. It is a program that is not funded by European Union. We have not applied for funding, but we are using, of course, as much as possible the Erasmus Plus funding for the mobility among this consortium. It is a consortium for double degree in the area, again, in an innovative area of mathematics for real-world applications, so different applications, and involving, as you see, different partners. Here you have a list of 12 partners plus l'Aquila as coordinator, but starting from the next cohort, we are going to include another 4 partners, and the consortium is going from Canada with York University and will go till Vietnam, and where we are including a new partner that the logo is not among this, but include also 2 universities in Ghana, in Africa. So it is a consortium that is trying to be a sort of lab, even in a theoretical subject like mathematics, that even when we talk about applications remain theoretical, but it is again a lab also from the teaching point of view, because with this 13 plus the new 4 partners that we are going to include, we have a program that has a first year in l'Aquila for all the students, and the second year in the home university of the student. So that's why, together with these 7 partners that you can see here, there are also another 6 partners where the students comes from. But we have international students, so outside the consortium part, outside the students that applies from outside the consortium itself, and that spend the first year in l'Aquila and then second year in York University in Canada, or in the University of Aveiro, or in Karlstad in Sweden, or in Brno in Czech Republic, Dansk, or University of Silesia in Katowice, Ivan Franko of Lviv in Ukraine. And I am proud that in this consortium we have a total of 4 in this moment, but we will have 2 new partners from Ukraine, because Ukraine was and it is strong in the area of mathematics, and that's why we had the mobility also in Lviv with the Ivan Franko University in this consortium. To tell you some numbers of a program that is without funding, we are going to receive next September more than 100 students in for this international double degree program. And finally, MathMods, the mathematical modeling in engineering that I said started as an Erasmus Mundus for 10 editions. It is still alive and well alive. The 3 partners together with l'Aquila are Hamburg and the University of Côte d'Azur. Students spend usually the They spent first semester in L'Aquila, second semester in Hamburg, and then the third semester devoted to application in one of the partners. Summer schools are included, not only to teach, but also to teach. Let me finish this long, I hope that I am was not too long, sorry for this, with the list of our international master degrees course delivered of the University of L'Aquila. So business, administration, economics and finance as a part, and civil engineering. Both of them are mix of Italian and English, but they have an English track together with international partners. Physics, atmospheric science and technology, neuroscience, that is a new English programs that our universities will offer starting from next September. Applied data science, computing system engineering, control systems and automation engineering, telecommunication engineering. This is the group related to the ICT, where our university is very strong. And finally, the math group with mathematics, mathematical modeling, and mathematical engineering that I already said a lot in the previous slides. So thank you for your attention, and in case, so I will be available in the slot where you know that the Fausta and Alessandro organized that you can speak with the local colleagues, but I think that even if I will be even if it will be possible for me to go outside from today afternoon, I prefer not to join that moment, but I will be available in remote, and of course I am available even in the next days or weeks if you want to contact me. My email is the international.vicerector@univac.it or bruno.rubino@univac.it. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Rubino. Hope to see you very soon. Let me introduce you Professor Iapadre, our Vice Rector for Sustainable Development and full Professor of Applied International Economics. He coordinated the project Territori Aperti, and at local level he is the coordinator of the first edition of the project University Corridors Refugee, supported by UNHCR. I leave the floor to Professor Iapadre. Thank you.
Thanks, Alessandra. May I remove my mask, because it's difficult to talk in this way? Thanks. Good morning, welcome here. I am very glad to be here with you. I will try to shorten my presentation so as to offset the delay with which everything started and allow you to enjoy the lunch break as scheduled. But my presentation, you will see, is much less fancy than that of my colleague Bruno, but I will try to be provocative, which means that I will welcome any objection from you, any question from you, even interrupting me during my speech or at the end, as you prefer. I had the responsibility of proposing the title for this staff week, which connects civic universities and sustainable development. And I will focus mostly on the concept of civic universities, to try to convince you that in order to give a significant contribution to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals shared by the international community, we have to change radically the way in which we conceive our university, adopting the framework of civic universities. My presentation is divided into 4 main sections, but probably I will skip the last one to save some time. First of all, I will discuss the international concept and how this idea of civic universities was born in the last few years. Then I will tell you something about the strategic plan of the University of L'Aquila. As Vice Rector and Delegate for Sustainable Development, I am responsible of all the areas of the strategic plan which are normally labeled as third and fourth mission of the university. So I will say something about this. Then I will try to show you that this change is not limited to our university, but is spreading in Italy, in important institutions, and all over Europe, and even outside. I had prepared a couple of examples of how a civic university works in an area such as the area in which we are located, which is particularly vulnerable to natural disasters, but probably I will skip this section. And anyway, the PowerPoint file is at your disposal, so you can read it and ask questions if you wish. Now, let's start from the concept. What is a civic university, and how can we distinguish a civic university from the traditional view of universities? If you very quickly think to the history of the university system, universities started as educational institutions and only at a later stage started to become research centers. And then these 2 missions, of course, became intertwined very deeply between each other. And more recently, the idea of an entrepreneurial university has become fashionable, first of all under the approach of the so-called triple helix, which then evolved and became the quadruple helix, and most recently also the n-tuple helix. But the general idea is that being entrepreneurial does not mean only trying to promote the birth of new enterprises in the local context, but the entrepreneurial mindedness should be applied from the start in the student life and in any area of our societal life. Even public institutions can be managed in a more entrepreneurial way. And the overarching goals are economic growth and societal progress. This led to a gradual intensification of linkages among universities, public institutions, and local communities, social partners, the business community, but also the so-called civic society organizations. Now, as you know, the idea of civic universities has been promoted mostly by John Goddard in the United Kingdom and then has spread all over Europe and the rest of the world. And this is a very powerful graph contained in a book edited by Goddard and others, explaining the difference between the old way of conceiving a university, which he labels the uncivic university, and the civic university. Look at this graph. Here you see, it seems a very well-managed university, a university in which there is a strong leadership and there is a strong emphasis on excellence in research and excellence in education and teaching, as signaled by high results in international rankings. And this is the core of university activities. All the rest is considered as the third mission. Even the use of this wording, third mission, which has no proper significance, it's only an ordinal number, conveys this idea that all the rest is what remains just if you have time. And maybe can be useful for funding targets, particularly in Italy, when funding to public university has been cut for years. This idea to go outside and try to obtain additional funding thanks to contracts with businesses or other institutions is, in many cases, the only motivation for this so-called third mission, which is marginal in this view. And there is also, look at the arrows, there is also this old idea that universities are the place where knowledge is produced, and then knowledge has to be transferred to the rest of society, which has to learn from universities. It's completely different. There is a process of knowledge co-creation, which is a process of reciprocal learning between universities and social partners. And this is what guides the idea of the teaching university. Look at the boundary, rather than having a very tough boundary separating the main missions from the third one. Here we have a very soft boundary because everything is interdependent. Everything is led by the demand coming from the society. Before coming here, I was at the presentation of the new initiative of our university in the field of education to prevent street accidents. This is a good example of a case in which an important social demand coming from the society is being met by the university in partnership with other public institutions and the business community. Look, the phrase third mission has disappeared. We prefer to use social engagement or knowledge exchange, which conveys the idea of what we want to do. Now, starting from this vision, it is clear that civic universities can play a very important role in the achievement of sustainable development goals, which is precisely the reason for which in this university the third and fourth missions have been relabeled as sustainable development. And this is particularly important in a city such as L'Aquila, and there are many cities in this situation, a city in which university students represent a very large share of the total population. And the university in itself is a fundamental part of the economic base of the city. By the way, I am an economist, so most of what I am saying is said from the standpoint of economics. And this is even more true if the city is located in relatively disadvantaged areas and or in areas more vulnerable to any kind of disaster, not only natural disasters, but also, unfortunately, as we are experiencing in these very sad days, man-made disasters. Now, what do we mean by contributing to sustainable development goals? We have two driving ideas in our strategic agenda. The first one is international openness in all its aspects, and Bruno Rubino has shown you a lot of important projects we have in this area. And the second one is social justice. There is only one point about which I slightly disagree with Bruno. I don't like the expression social fairness. It's too vague. There is a very important ethical and political issue of social justice, which has to be named with its right name, as I will try to explain in a minute. But let's start from international openness. And again, let's start from a situation of a university which is rooted in its city very deeply, so that, to a certain extent, the identity of the city is co-created together with the identity of the university. And the symbolic representation of the city among its citizens, but also from outside, is strongly influenced by what the university does or does not. This is how universities, cities were developed in history, and in any city, the most important responsibility of the university is to try to connect the local roots of culture, economic growth, societal development with international networks of knowledge creation and circulation. This is, in my view, the defining mission of civic universities. The general goal is contributing in increasing the degree of international openness of the systems in which the university operates. Large universities operate not only at the local level, but also at the national and even at the international level. So their responsibility goes much beyond what happens in their city. And what does it mean, increasing the degree of openness of the system? I will be very provocative about this point. I strongly believe that any identitarian obsession should be rejected by the university system. Why? Because the cultural, ethical, economic, and social value of international openness and globalization is fundamental for the quality of life and the progress of societies. So universities should help their community in overcoming, communities hit by natural disasters tend, of course, to a certain extent, to close into themselves in order to take care of the problems created by the disaster, and sometimes tend to refuse what comes from outside. It's a big mistake. You can be sure that your city will take a path of decay if it tends to protect itself from what comes from abroad. External influences do not threaten local cultural identities. On the contrary, local identities are reinforced by the encounter with different cultures. This is the first point. The second point is the issue of social justice. First of all, let me be clear about what sustainable development means. Still, a lot of colleagues, I am delegate for my university in the Italian network of universities for sustainable development, and many of my colleagues still think that sustainable development means taking care of the planet. Not at all. Oh, to be more precise, that's not enough. Of course, the idea of sustainability started from the debate on the environmental problems created by economic growth. But this was decades ago. Now, when we talk of sustainable development, it is very clear that there are at least 3 dimensions. Of course, the environmental dimension, we have a strong responsibility towards future generations and also towards other forms of life. The approach of One Health, putting together not only human health, but also animal health and the health of the planet, is what should drive our initiative in this field. But there is also, I am an economist, the economic aspect of sustainable development, which means trying to change the pattern of economic growth by making so that economic growth, rather than destroying resources, recreates the resources which is using, the idea of the circular economy at its extreme. And then social aspects, contrasting any kind of inequality, economic, social inequalities of opportunities, inequalities of social recognition. This is the idea of social justice as defined by the great Indian economist Amartya Sen, defined as the capacity to expand the freedoms we have reason to value and to ensure at least the same freedoms for the next generation. Here you see clearly the link between social justice and environmental justice. Or in other words, you can say that environmental justice is one side of social justice, social justice towards future generations. This fundamental book was published in 2009, but this idea is already encapsulated in Article 3 of our Constitution, which defines social justice in 2 different ways. The first one is the traditional static but fundamental definition, contrasting any kind of discrimination based on gender, race, language, religion, political opinion, personal and social conditions. This is very powerful but static. But the modernity of our Constitution is shown by the second paragraph in this article, which states that the duty of our republic is to remove obstacles of economic or social nature constraining the freedom and equality of citizens, thereby impeding the full development of the human person. This is the idea of social justice we have tried to put into our strategic plan, because universities can play an important role precisely in trying to remove economic and social obstacles to the full development of human beings. Now, our strategic plan was conceived before the pandemic, and the pandemic is creating tremendous problems everywhere. It has destroyed an enormous number of lives, jobs, and businesses throughout Italy, and luckily, extraordinary measures have been taken by governments and by European institutions to address the problems created. You are familiar with the Next Generation EU program, which represents a fundamental opportunity to try to achieve sustainable development goals, particularly in disadvantaged areas. But there is a very serious problem, the problem of the actual capacity of local authorities to use financial resources which are coming. And a fundamental policy issue is who will be able to correctly identify the opportunities and build the projects necessary to achieve the goals. Here, Italian universities can play an important role, again, cooperating with local institutions, the business community, and social organizations. However, we have to learn from our mistakes. If we continue to think that we own knowledge and we have to transfer our knowledge to the rest of the world, we will not reach our goals. Tremendous mistakes were made by the international community about the pandemic. The famous report published by the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board was published, as you probably know, in September 2019, and the story of the COVID-19 pandemic was already there, with all the warnings for international, national, and local actors. So, shall we be able to learn from this terrible mistake? It has to do with responsible leadership, engaged citizenship, because without citizens, nothing can be done in this area. Of course, strong, which means well-financed and agile systems for health security, a lot of investment, and on top of all this, a good quality of governance. Now, to be more precise about what Italian universities are trying to do in the context of the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience in order to reorganize their activities and contribute to the social diffusion of knowledge and creative capabilities, there is first of all a new project financed by the European Commission and carried out by the OECD, which is aimed at identifying the reforms which are necessary in order to facilitate this social role of universities. It is a 2-year project. I will say something later about this. Then there is, of course, the absolute need to strengthen our staff. University staff has been cut for years, much more than in other sectors of public administration. We need a lot of well-qualified staff. For example, knowledge exchange managers, statistical offices well-equipped with statisticians, communication offices, and so on. Then we have to reform the system of higher education and PhD schools in order to better meet the needs of society. And On top of this, we have to reorganize the very complex system of knowledge intermediaries, which already exists in Italy. There is a wide variety of animals in the zoo of knowledge intermediaries, which should be reorganized and strengthened. And the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience has two main ideas. First of all, promoting international competence centers on key enabling technologies, and I will show you one example in the end. And second, and possibly even more important, promoting the construction of local innovation ecosystems based on regional specialization, with particular attention on left-behind regions. What can be done in left-behind regions or in disadvantaged regions such as the Abruzzo region in which we operate? First of all, we have to attract students from Italy and from abroad. And one way to attract students in a university such as ours is by creating work experience opportunities, which makes an important difference between coming here or choosing another university. Of course, organizing lifelong education in cooperation with the school system from the primary level up to postgraduate education in order to try to meet the needs created by the digital transformation of the economy, and more generally cooperating with the civil society, as I have already argued, with the specific target to try to repopulate inner areas, creating new work opportunities. But this requires additional resources. This cannot be done in spare time from education and research, and has to be recognized in the career of our staff. This is the topic on which reforms are being discussed in the Italian system. Anyway, working together with the local communities in disadvantaged areas is exactly the opposite of what is proposed by the current fashionable rhetoric of competition among excellence centers. Okay, that's all for the general introduction. Now let me try to say something about our strategic plan. I will say very quickly something about the scenario in which it was conceived after the earthquake and the method to build it, which is a participatory method. Then the overarching idea of making the University of L'Aquila a laboratory of social innovation, and some information about our commitment to sustainable development and social justice. I will also say a few words about our system of control indicators for the strategic plan, and more generally of a new metrics for the social impact of universities, because as my colleague Anna will probably explain better in her lecture, there is the imperative of accountability if we want to leave a sign in the society. Now, very quickly, the scenario: increasing inequalities and the revolt of places that don't matter, as it has been named by Andrés Rodriguez Pous. The situation of the Italian university system made difficult by cuts in public spending, aging of staff, and a lot of unnecessary regulatory constraints. Local problems in this area, the problems of the material and immaterial reconstruction of this city, and more generally the problems of the southern part of Italy, which are both economic and social, and then financing problems created by the end of a special agreement we had with the Italian government. The challenges, I already mentioned them. Attracting people is the most important challenge, and meeting the needs of the digital revolution. We had also opportunities, because after the earthquake, the OECD sent a special mission to L'Aquila, and we have been working together for about 2 years to produce a report making Abruzzo an example of a possible resilient region after an earthquake, and the driving ideas for L'Aquila to make this city a city of knowledge, a smart city, a city of creativity, and an open and inclusive city. I strongly underlined both these words. And in this context, a new important international PhD school was established in this city, which is one of our most important partners. Then, during the reconstruction, 4% of the funds allocated to the physical reconstruction were made available for projects of economic and social development. And now we have the national plan and the special complementary fund for the areas hit by the last earthquake. And there is also the new cycle of European cohesion policies to be used. So a lot of opportunities. Now, how to build the strategic plan in this context, talking with our partners, in short, but very seriously, not just a meeting to say we are all excellent and let's go on. Trying to understand where are our mistakes and how we can improve. And this is already in the previous strategic plan, there was this definition of the university as a laboratory of social innovation. Take 1 minute to read it by yourselves. It encapsulates all the most important ideas I am trying to underline. And in order to make these ideas operational, we are creating a lot of work training experiences for our students. Now, chapter 3, or you could call it the third mission, but it's also the fourth one of our strategic plan. There are 7 sections. I will give you no details because there is absolutely no time. Of course, priority number 1, health and wellness. Then, respect for the natural environment as a form of justice towards future generations. Knowledge exchange, no longer transfer. And sustainable development, as already argued, connecting local systems to global innovation networks. Giving value to our extraordinary local cultural heritage, which means building a local identity open to the world again, rejecting identitarian obsessions. Number 5, reduction of any kind of inequalities, and here we quote the Italian Constitution. Number 6, of course, this applies not only at the local level, but more generally at the international level. This is why we are so committed in projects for migrants, not only migrant students, but more generally migrants. We live in a continent which, in my view, personal statement, needs to attract migrants from all over the world. It has a desperate need of a migrant attraction program for economic, social, cultural, and ethical reasons. We are doing what we can at our small scale to welcome migrants who choose our territory. And more generally, we try to make something useful in international cooperation. Number 7, this has already been shown by Bruno, a lot of fundamental and very useful projects, concrete projects, in the area of international cooperation in training activities. What happens? Oh, okay. So all the details are in our strategic plan, unfortunately in Italian. Now, to be concrete, we have a system of control indicators, including implementation indicators, outcome indicators, and most importantly, social impact indicators. We are fully aware of the fact that, for example, the employment rate of our graduates does not depend only on the quality of our work. It depends on how the macroeconomic cycle goes. But we can change something marginally, and we have to be able to measure the impact of the improvement in the quality of our education for the employment rate of our graduates. Just to give one example, there is a new metric to measure the social impact of universities. What is it for? For strategic management, it's fundamental for the governance of the university, for our responsibility towards the society, so social accountability, and for impact assessment. We have to use this indicator with appropriate statistical techniques to measure our impact. It can be done. What is it not for? This metric should not be used to distribute rewards and penalties, should not be used to make another ranking. There are already a lot of useful rankings, but in this case, we are competing not with our universities, with other universities. We are competing with ourselves. We have to show that we can improve, so there is no need of another ranking. And they should not be used to distribute financial resources. Okay, I will skip this slide, which is a list of goals that we have chosen officially for this new metric. And I will very quickly show you that this is not a fixation of this university. The National Agency for the Evaluation of Universities and Research Centers, in dialogue with a network of universities of which we are an active component, has changed its way to assess Italian universities, adding activities that were not present in the previous runs of the assessment. For example, as you may read here, activities related to the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. And also, evaluation criteria has been modified in order to take seriously into account the goal of reducing inequalities. This is a slide devoted to the OECD project I mentioned earlier, focused on reforms in order to facilitate the process. And this is what's happening in the United Kingdom, the place in which the idea of research excellence has been conceived, now is changing its approach and is trying to measure the knowledge exchange framework separately from the research excellence framework. And the OECD, again, there is a new project called E-École, which will try to spread these ideas all over OECD countries. Okay, I will skip completely this final section, which says something else about the role of civic universities in vulnerable cities. And you will find some details about two very important projects in which we are engaged. The first one is the Territori Aperti Open Territory Project, which is a project putting together data, education, and research with an intense use of so-called big data. And then this has just been inaugurated, a new consortium of universities and research centers which will use high-performance computing in order to improve the assessment of disaster risk. And then all the phases after the assessment in compliance with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. All the details are here. Some of the details are here, sorry. If you're interested, please write me and I will give you all the details you should need. And I will close with very general summary remarks. First of all, what do we mean by civic universities? Something which goes beyond the old idea of universities that transfer knowledge with their third mission, unilaterally. Knowledge co-creation is a process of reciprocal learning. And second, how to contribute to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals in two fundamental ways: by promoting social justice in all its aspects, including environmental justice, and by promoting the international openness of the systems in which we work. Thank you. Any question or maybe counter-argument? Critique? Yes, please. Yes, I have problems in understanding your voice, also because of the mask, probably.
Maybe I can do it like
Okay,
this.
much better, thanks.
Thank you very much. Extremely inspirational talk, because I want to go back and redo our strategy documents. I'm from University of Bergen, Norway, and I have a question, how could you get your staff, professors and teachers, and to adopt that you kind of everything you work or produce at the university is a response to societal needs? Because, right, as we know, every one of them have their specific topics that this is what they've been doing for decades. How can they be constantly adaptable to the changes of society needs? Do you have any plans or trainings or tips?
It's a very good question because it's a difficult task. However, I am now less pessimistic about this than I was some years ago, because I see really a lot of colleagues who spontaneously understand the importance of the role they can play for the society, which is paying the cost, which is paying our wages, actually. So this is not enough, of course, because career incentives have to be changed. This is why the OECD project, as I was mentioning, is so important, because the final goal will be to suggest our government to change the career system of staff so that you can have also a concrete incentive to devote part of your time to social engagement. But we cannot wait for these reforms. So the fact that we continuously discuss among ourselves and with the rest of the community, which observes us about all these issues, is in many cases enough to motivate students, because students are a part of the story, colleagues, both teachers and the administrative staff, to work together. The university refugee corridors mentioned by Alessandra introducing me is one example in which we are working all together without any specific incentive, just because we believe that this is an important project.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I am Ruxandra from Suceava, from a Romanian university. I am interested in the topic of the entrepreneurial university. And actually, our university has developed several such entrepreneurial projects, creating startups and helping the business environment. But also, your presentation was a step further, like you said, that the civic university means much more than only entrepreneurship and creating businesses. And also the presentation of your strategic plan, it's a very pragmatic one and very well adapted to what is happening. And I enjoyed it very much, and good luck with your activities.
Thank you, but anyway, the traditional entrepreneurial role of universities is fundamental, because many people, now I will talk as an economist, many people say that, for example, the Italian economy grows too slowly because there are too many small firms. That's simply stupid in my view. The problem can be that small firms do not grow as rapidly as in other countries. That's right, and we have to understand why. This has to do with the quality of so-called human capital. But any initiative aimed at sharing the ability to create a new firm is fundamental for economic growth, and economic growth is part of societal progress. It's not enough, but it's necessary for societal progress.
This is the success of life, the successful life, to be an entrepreneur, a small entrepreneur, to ensure your living and your life quality.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, Professor Yapal. Our next speaker has a great and deep experience in the field of European projects. I'm very pleased to welcome Professor Tozzi, our former Vice Rector to International Relations till 2018, and now she is responsible for our university rankings. Thank you, Professor Tozzi.
Cannot speak with this, sorry. There is the screen defending you. Questo? Okay. My task in the university now is the consultant of the director for the internationalization policies, ranking, and the projects. So in some sense, I'm in the middle of several strategies of the university. My presentation integrates in some way what Lelio, Professor Iapadre just said, but I'll try to be shorter because I think you are hungry, and so I will do as best as possible to make clear concepts, but also shortening the presentation. So what I wanted to say is Professor Iapadre presented what the university should do or started to do now. But how did we reach this position, this situation? What happened in this maybe last 30 years, 50 years? So, according to the cultural historian Peter Burke, the rise of cities and the rise of universities occurred together in Europe from the 12th century onward. Universities are traditionally considered born in the medieval time from the cathedral schools and scholastic schools that were the studia, Universitas Studiorum. The great importance of both local environment for the flourishing of the universities and of universities for the economic and socio-cultural prosperity of towns and cities has been analyzed in Europe and the USA in the last years. Many studies, many reports, many books are written on this topic. The important role of universities for the economic prosperity and of towns was confirmed in a study of English cities by Parkinson in 2006, who argued that the universities are the key to innovation in the city. If they successfully recruit and retain university graduates and encourage sustainable links between the city, the university and the local business. Goddard, mentioned by Professor Iapadre, claims that universities are key institutions in the society for which a relationship with the surrounding actors of market, government, and civil society is inevitable. Teachers are going to shopping, their children go to schools, the wife go to buy food, and so it is the interactions is inevitable. He regards the universities as urban anchor institutions that represent the possible sources of stability in local economies. He also inquires into the active contributions of university to place-making, innovation and social economic development, and develops also the approach of a quadruple helix. All the programming period 21-27 from European Commission is on quadruple helix. That is also developed as knowledge square. No more knowledge triangle, but knowledge square, where the citizens, the social component is focused and important. With the universities facing growing expectations to contribute to social challenges, the model of civic university proposed by Goddard integrates teaching, research, and engagement with the outside world such that each enhances the other. So it's a two-way, it's not a one-way transposition and transmission. Along the centuries, since the startup in the medieval time of monastic schools and cathedral schools, universities have been always receptors, in the sense of in biology, so the cells that are receptors of hormones or any other chemical integration, of the political, social, and economic changes, and adapted their activities to the new needs. In the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution and the rapid development of technology and its use in factory production asked for increased the number of qualified civil servants and engineers, experts of the technical sectors of construction and military. And it was the start of the École Polytechnique in Paris, the Technische Hochschule in Karlsruhe, pioneer of the following polytechnical universities. In the UK, some institutions evolved to meet the needs of a rapidly evolving industrial society, becoming the predecessor of the so-called red brick university. Red brick because they are really This transformation process included not only support for key industrial sectors, such as mechanical or chemical engineering, but also hospitals, contributing to a healthy workforce, which later became the foundation of a university of medical schools. In the industrial society, the technological innovation was often based on the strict collaboration between industry and government. Till some time, universities were not directly involved in the process. They were aside. However, the well-known vacuum tube firm Raytheon, founded in 1920 in Cambridge by Professor Bush, a professor at MIT, increasingly intertwined the university research in both industry and government. During the Second World War, direct links between university, industry, and government in USA were established, leading to an attitude change among scientists who previously were opposed to government funding of universities. After the war, linear models of innovation were adopted, largely relying on government funding for research, boosting innovation, technical solutions, and new ideas. However, till the 60s, little research had been turned into innovation, so that a different approach to university-based innovation and an enhanced role of government in USA and other countries was required. The development of flourishing high-tech regions around MIT inspired the triple helix model of university-industry government. Excovitz was the theoretical basis that identified not only as the key factor for American higher education research hegemony in that period, but more generally as the basis of productive technological innovation in the knowledge society. By generating a number of startup and spin-off companies in knowledge-intensive industries, the leading American research universities made Silicon Valley a model for regional cluster of high-tech innovation around the world. But the global transfer of such a business culture proved to be difficult because strictly connected to the historical and geographical specificity in which this innovation emerged. Until the early 1980, scientific creativity was considered a personal attribute of scholars, without considering the interaction of a stimulating environment with the talented individuals as fundamental enabler for a creative process. Spatial differences in research practice, financial resources, and social-cultural environment had little consideration. Science was assumed to be placeless. From 1980 onwards, studies on creativity highlighted that talent, wealth of ideas, endurance, and other personal traits are not the only factors influencing a person's scholarly pursuit. The talented students and creative scientists do not work isolated from the social, cultural, and economic context where their research is evaluated by the surrounding academic community. The importance of the places, settings, environments, and the spatial relations for research and scientific careers is underlined by geography of science, that tries to explain why a specific field first developed at that university and not in another, or some universities attracted outstanding scholars whereas others not, and to identify the barriers. Another environmental factor influencing the performance of scholars and talented students can be seen in the institutional organization, affecting the psychological climate to which creative persons are particularly sensitive and responsive. Since 1980, human geography has developed a new concept of space and place, leading to a better interface with the social and behavioral science. A place can be defined as a setting having a symbolic and emotional meaning, providing identity and communicating a complex history of events, cultural memories, and emotional attachments. A place of work means a social status or position in a hierarchy, and university towns inherit the reputation earned by generations of individual scholars and their achievements. Thus, university and research institutions are not simply locations, but social spaces on which scholars' career expectations are projected and where the knowledge environment has a significant impact on research process. The university knowledge environment, indeed, is the result of systemic interdependencies and the casual interaction of personal, financial, material, and non-material resources relevant to generation, diffusion, and application of scientific knowledge at a specific place or environment with a high direct impact on regional economics. The Civic University of Goddard was exactly studying this situation, the interlink between a city and the university, not any city with any university, but the city with the university of that city, which is in that city. This raised the question about the value of spatial proximity in the high-tech innovation and the reproducibility of Silicon Valley models of IT and biotech clusters in other sectors. Indeed, close university-business interactions were important for creating the cluster in the 70s, but their role decreased with a shift from product-based to a producer-service-based system with the technical and the scientific consultancy. Between the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, disruptive technologies as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, IoT, big data, robotics have favored the advent of what is identified as the fourth industrial revolution, Industry 4.0. It represents a new stage in the organization and control of the industrial value chain, enabling more direct models of personalized production, servicing as well customer-consumer interaction through a technological fusion of the boundaries between the physical, biological, digital worlds within intelligent cyber-physical system. If you remember the interesting picture from Goddard where the third mission was just residual to the teaching and research. The society and the world is going forward faster than what universities so far have been able to do. So, as in the previous three industrial revolution, all activities of human life, including education, are strongly affected. At any stage of this evolution, universities had to revise their teaching and research methods and to adopt new development organizational models. Again, I quote Professor Iapadre's speech. University is not only teaching and research, is organization, is mission, is government, is organization of all the activities are interlinked. You cannot imagine a university as a two-block teaching and research. The first industrial revolution, characterized by the mechanization of the industry with the limited production, based on the use of oil and steam engine, I'm speaking of long ago, and the second industrial revolution, Industry 2.0, based on the organization of work and the use of electricity to promote mass production, gave rise to the establishment of polytechnics, consequent university-industry relationship. The third industrial revolution, based on the integration of electronic components and information technology in the industry for the automation of production tasks, reinforced the links with the companies, also through the establishment of industrial cluster parks, with the support of the government for the knowledge transfer and exploitation, triple helix model. Industry 4.0 is direct consequence of Industry 3.0 by means of the development of an intelligent industrial system and the permanent integration of advanced technologies. It also encourages a shift from mass production or service provision to customized products and services based on individual customer requirement, introducing the social component in the innovation approach, the quadruple model, helix model. It is evident that the industrial revolution were the result of social and scientific changes that in turn required new ways of knowledge production and transmission. Nowadays, in an ever more connected world, in the context of the ongoing globalization of the economy and society, scientific production must address the needs not only of the global markets, but also of the local communities. This means that the transition from Mode 1 to Mode 2 that accompanied the achievement of Industry 3.0 must be further enhanced. A Mode 3 should be implemented. Mode 1 is the approach where problems of knowledge are set solved in a context governed by academic interest of a specific community, are based on the disciplines, very close, on homogeneity, have a hierarchical structure, and tend to preserve its form. They are close. Mathematicians are mathematicians, physicists are physicists, and so on. Quality control is performed by peer review judgments. So all close within the topic. In mode 2, knowledge is produced and carried out in a context of application in a cross-transdisciplinary environment. With heterogeneity, it is hierarchical and transient, as well as socially accountable and reflexive. This means, okay, these are the definitions, but certainly you know. This means that the societal engagement role of the entrepreneurial university of the triple helix model, that is the university as a knowledge producer for technological transfer from academy to industry in one-way direction, university industry, must be transformed into sustainable entrepreneurial university. That is the university as anchor organization for a bidirectional knowledge exchange, not only transmission, but exchange in fundamental for the to-value co-creation. Mode 3 should extend more, Mode 1, Mode 2, and is defined as the hub of the emerging 21st century innovation ecosystem, where people, culture, and technology meet and interact to catalyze creativity, trigger invention, accelerate innovation across scientific and technological disciplines, public and private sector in a top-down, policy-driven, as well as a bottom-up, entrepreneurship-empowered fashion. Summarized, Mode 1 represented the traditional production of knowledge steered by the discipline, the professor within the organizational frame of the research institute. Mode 2 is practical and project-oriented. It produces knowledge for application within a flexible project organization and management. Mode 2 is the basis of the entrepreneurial universities, those which started their third mission as actors within the triple helix model by implementing the knowledge triangle. Mode 3 is the basis for building trust among collaborators in innovation ecosystem within the quadruple helix model by implementing the knowledge square, where the actors are more diverse and citizens are becoming increasingly important stakeholders. The past half-century has also started the challenging debate about the role of the university in society and for societal development. Suffices to recall the dispute about the 19th century models such as the European Humboldtian University and the traditional American-engaged university as opposed to the more contemporary models such as the entrepreneurial university. Still, this debate is alive. Many people are still fixed in the past model of a university. With the globalization, this dispute spread throughout the world. Exceptional pressure on the university system came from the shift to the entrepreneurial model in the United States and the launch of the Bologna process in Europe. A World Bank study posited a true academic revolution in the societal repositioning of the university. Closely connected to this dispute, as this edition, the third mission, as Professor Yapad said, third mission means a lot of things. It's not started with the name of third mission, but the third mission is transferring of knowledge, is innovation, is social engagement, is civic engagement, is the real life, the real core commitment of the university. The outreach mission positions regional engagement by the university as a management task of the university staff. I mean, not only teaching and research, but all the university as a whole must move towards this new process. Knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, spillovers have become the major challenge for the university role in society and a core issue in economic geography and regional policy. Teaching and research per se do not make the university available for engagement in regional development. Both missions brought about rather disordered, invisible, and ineffective forms of engagement. Singularly, that project, that research has engagement, is connected with the engagement, but this is not functional, cannot be lasting and sustainable in time. This assessment also holds for what can be seen as the high road of university engagement in regional development, namely the creation of research-based firms by university staff and graduates. The third mission goes beyond teaching and research to include the practical entrepreneurial skills. These additional and less theoretical skills should prepare the graduates for starting their own spin-off in a labor market in which formal employment is scarce. To fulfill this task, universities need high qualified staff members with knowledge about modern techniques and practice. This new comprehension of the way that teaching, learning and research could be developed within a mature view of the concept of engagement must integrate changes in internal organization, structures, dynamics, incentives, and a recognition system that allow academia to advance new ways of developing its core academic missions. Engagement with the society necessarily requires a change and transformation, altering the current dynamics, structures, and power relations. The challenges for higher education institutions is how to support community university engagement, the question that someone, how to do. To ensure a positive internal response for faculty and students. New approaches to knowledge mobilization and transfer are needed between institutions and their communities at local and global levels. Greater coordination is desirable between governments, civil society, educative institutions, and the private sector in order to achieve this transformation. Furthermore, these alliances and partnerships have to be forged with the constellation, now they speak of constellation of social actors for teaching, research activities, also linked with the technology and social innovation. This represents a new range of relations at diverse levels, involving diverse actors and for diverse types of intervention to better answer current challenges in the creation and dissemination of knowledge. To incentive and support such initiatives, institutions should establish specific structures and mechanisms under new rules. As has been done in the recent past to foster enterprise engagement, the challenge now is to design interfaces that are multifaceted in their composition, scope, and functions. By solving broader social and economic challenges and problems of our contemporary global society, higher education system and institutions should provide the answer to the following questions. What are the socio-economic and environmental interfaces of the present-day higher education system? Are they capable of offering solutions to the micro-level problems and the challenges faced by humanity at large? How can society examine the relevance of higher education knowledge capacity building and its dissemination or the development of economically underprivileged communities? What are the prospects of knowledge capacity building through higher education under a holistic stakeholders framework? How can we evaluate the nature and scale of the global implication and impact of the higher education system? What policy guidelines and action plans should be developed for large-scale acquisition and dissemination of higher education research output? These are the key questions. Of course, no institution is able to answer to all of them in one night, transforming in a one night the activities. We need to learn. We are university as institution, but as a global society, is something that is learning every day. Learning from the mistakes, as Professor Iapade said. And this seems simple, but it's not simple, because no one wants to recognize that made a mistake. It's very difficult first to convince them that they were in a mistake. Our global society is facing a tremendous crisis of values. This is an important thing connected with the presentation of Professor Iapari. And so many unsatisfactory occurrences have arisen due to this crisis. There is a great need to equip the present education being imparted to children with the values for life in order to make them good human beings. Values that is certain behavior or ways of life regarded as more desirable than others, bring quality and meaning to life and give a person their identity and character. Those obsessions of which Professor Iapadre was speaking before. The 21st century is seeing a rapid acceleration of the infusion of new technologies into production processes, everyday life and quality of life projects. At the same time, there is a growing global and local complexity in the fabric of societies, so the system of social organization and cohesion are under the severe threat of breakdown. There is also the potential emergence of new professional careers, some linked with the technological development, others related to new conceptual frameworks for the diffusion of human-technology interfaces in society. Policy, at the European level, I will stop very, very soon, emphasize this role of higher education. If we look at the strategy 21-27, the role of society, the importance of the university for improving the society well-being, let me say this simple word, but I mean a global meaning of this. And the smart specialization strategies now became sustainable smart specialization strategies. The S3 of the programming period 14-20 now are S4, because sustainability is the leitmotiv under any program and any strategy. Okay, I go fast. Universities, even though the 17 goals of the Agenda 2030 are not written specifically for the universities, maybe only few targets are addressing university specific, but universities all around the world feel the importance to be committed to these goals. This is a very important jump from the previous millennium goals, millennium strategy, where the university were more observers. They were developing studies, statistics, reports. Now universities feel to be directly involved on the good result, good achievement of the goals. Okay, I don't want to go. What I wanted to say and what Godard said is that, okay, universities are linked to the places, are occupying areas of the city because with their buildings, but they cannot only be in, they must be of. Not only this, they are generally public institutions that are funded by public purse. So at some point, citizens can ask not only what a university is good at in terms of research and teaching, but also, and maybe more, what is good for. What are doing universities for the local community, but in local always interpreted also in a global way. Cities are under pressure because they have to solve problems for which they are not ready. Universities are under pressure because employers, industry, parents, children, students, community are asking more and more activities and response. Public universities have responsibility to the communities of which they are part. This cannot be denied. And this also is underlined by the important new part of research funding in Horizon Europe, which is the support to responsible research and innovation. Responsible research and innovation is the research required by society and addressing to society problems and solving society problems together with society. Okay. The local dimension cannot be confused with the restriction of vision, because even though universities have a global interest, global interconnection, but when they afford a problem, they are embedded in the local situation. So what I wanted to say is my conclusion. University and scientific institutions are key pillars in the knowledge society economy. This includes the creation of knowledge and the dissemination, as well as innovation in the broadest sense. That is why there is the need for university science and innovation policy to be strong and stable over time, with sufficient basic public funding to be competitive on an international scale. The old adage, think globally, act locally, is still completely relevant for collaboration networks between universities and among the different actors of quadruple helix. Never before has it been so necessary to have a shared local global outlook, and this applies to the university and social arenas too. Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to be short, but...
Do you have any question for Professor Tozzi?
Under the umbrella of universities in 21st century, so where can you see basic research? How to motivate basic researchers to really have patience within the groundbreaking research, and so what do you have any answer?
Okay, you are speaking to a mathematician. For several years, mathematics was considered some kind of hobby, not research useful for application. I can answer with my personal story. My field of research was foundational mathematics, category theory, and algebraic topology, considered pure mathematics. I continued to do this. Now I am applied mathematician because the theorems of this theoretical foundation of mathematics are fundamental for informatics, for theoretical informatics and the computer science. So this is something that we have to disseminate. And when we start the cooperation with the society, we should stress the importance of art. You know that we don't speak anymore only of STEM, science, technology, engineering, but STEM, because the cultural, when we speak of a civic university and the connection with the city, I was showing what means the place. It is a huge number of variables that constitutes the identity of a place. This cultural identity must be transmitted, and you can transmit the cultural through the basic research. And when we speak of responsible research and innovation, we can use this strand, this stream of funds to do what you are asking for now. I answered.
Good afternoon, and many thanks, Professor Tosi and Professor Yabatri. Actually, I'm interested in the third mission of the university, which applies triple helix model. I used to say UIM, University, Industrial and Ministry. So in this sense, the third mission, from my point of view, it is very political. Yes. So it means that the mission of the government should align with the mission, or the mission of the higher education institutions should align with the mission of the government.
Yes.
So in this sense, the university might diverge the resources in terms of human resource, financial resource. So it is against the specialization of the university, which it used to be the research and training or education. So, and it is also the problem with the supply of labor, so that the university can have enough resource to adapt to this third mission. So there's a challenge. So my question is that what is the position of University of L'Aquila in the governmental agenda or the policy making process to acquire this new third mission, and how to get to this position? Because we also face this issue as well.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
We must say that we had to learn fast, because after the earthquake in 2009, we had to decide what to do tomorrow. What can we do? And the support of government, as Professor Yapadre showed, gave some funds. But funds alone are not sufficient. You must have a clear plan of what you have to do. Tomorrow you will see a project in Incipit where several ideas were integrating and preparing the way for a third mission in this sense, in this large sense. And the city of L'Aquila, under reconstruction, using the competencies and expertise of a university, became a living lab, where a lot of experimentation, but also a lot of discussions, debate with the civil, with the government, local government, but also citizens, were the precursors of what now is under the programming reports, programming plan. So from a bad experience, we could turn a tragedy in opportunity. But the possibility to jump down and to destroy everything is in every moment. You have to be very careful, and you have to be very clever in selecting the proper projects, the proper ideas. And you have to start with 2-3 ideas, good ideas, work on them, and then around this many other things will rise, and especially the human resources will learn how to do. And it's a continuous learning process. There is not a unique recipe.
Thank you, Professor Tozzi. Now we have the break, so we can meet here at 2:15. Okay? Thank you.
I think that everyone is here, so we can start the second part of this day. It's a great pleasure to
introduce you our next speaker, full professor of matter physics and our vice rector for teaching. Professor Continenza is going to talk about the quality of education at our university. Thank you for being with us.
Well, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you here in L'Aquila. I hope your experience here will be useful and interesting for you. As Alessandra was mentioning, I'm not really in education. My background is theoretical physics, but I'm working now in this education stuff since a few years now. So I will just start right away and see. We will be looking at a very quick review of our educational offer here at University of L'Aquila. Then I will briefly introduce you to quality education, the SDG 4 of the 2030 agenda. And then we will see how this goal has been put in the framework of the European context and in particular the Italian context with all the problems that each country of course has when one has to face such a demanding goal, okay? Then I will tell you something about our university, how we placed in our national context and what we do here. So I hope to be effective. So starting with a quick review, just let's present us. So we have 71 new 71 degree programs offered, mainly 36 as at the bachelor level and 31 as a master programs. Okay? We also have 4 single cycle, for example, medical school and civil and architecture engineering school, and so these are just a single cycle, which is not just in the framework of 3 years bachelor plus 2 master degree. These are just unique cycles degrees. Then we have offer for postgraduates, so, which is not really PhDs. These are graduate programs that will be discussed in the framework of research. The master programs, as we intended here, these are courses of 1 year, which are at the post-bachelor or at the post-master level, okay? And then all the programs, the curricular programs offered, 15 of our degree programs are international, meaning that they offer joint or double degrees with other partnerships all over Europe, okay? And they are mainly focused on master programs, okay? So as for the disciplines that we can offer, well, we have a quite wide range of disciplines spanning from engineering, so civil, high-tech engineering, biomedical engineering, mechanical, chemical engineering, and ICT disciplines. And we also, of course, have pure sciences, so physics, mathematics, chemistry, as well as biology, biotechnology. Then we have offers also in human sciences, so ancient and modern human sciences, together with education and social sciences and services, okay? And then, of course, all the work of the medical school with all the degrees which are, just concerning the healthcare and well-being, okay? Has just a population. We are a community, pretty big, 60,000 students, more or less, 5,000 freshmen, 600 teachers, and about 500 staff people. And here I just plot how our student population and graduates are in the last few years. Let's say that since 2016, we recovered the usual number we used to have before the quake, okay? So and now we are mostly stabilized, okay, on this. We most recovered, okay, our audience and our students, okay? So let's move now to the quality education. Well, that there are different ways to present the 17 goals, and sometimes somebody likes to start from the main fundamental principles which inspire the 17 SDGs, and these are mainly focused on integration, universality, and participation. Then these 3 fundamental principles are located in 5 focus, 5 main focus, and so goals concerning people, prosperity, peace, partnership, and planet. So this is the usual 5 P's representation of the SDGs, but you may also be familiar with this other one where you have fundamental goals which preserve biosphere and concern the nature that is life on the planet, life on water and stuff. Then there is this society level and then the economy. So it's a kind of hierarchy, in the SDGs. And so 17 goals, as you know, which are strongly integrated and interconnected, and each one of them has more or less 10 different targets, so for a total of about 170 targets. Quality education is at the society level, and is at the level, and it's strongly connected with other goals, so affordable and clean energy, no poverty, peace and justice, sustainable cities and communities, good health and well-being, gender equality, and zero hunger. So, and in this, probably this is the best representation for goal 4, which is actually at the basis of all the other 16 goals, because, education is something that it's needed everywhere else, And as a matter of fact, we can find the hidden, the 4th goal inside many targets belonging to different SDGs. So here I've just named a few of them. See, information and education are in well-being, of course, in gender equality, can help in the search of a decent work for all, and responsible consumption, climate action, and if one just looks at all the others, can find many interconnections to that. So this is just goal 4, which has 10 main targets. 4 of them, these 4A, B, and C, are essentially devoted to the means to implement the goal, so mainly how to build and upgrade schools and expand higher education in developing countries and so on and so forth. And 4 of these goals display a very relevant role for universities, where universities are called for to achieve the fulfillment of these targets. So, equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and higher education, increase the number of people with relevant skills for financial success, eliminate all discrimination in education, education for sustainable development and global citizenship. So this is just to say that indeed SDG 4 is something which is, something that can help us growing and progressing in a real sustainable development and in a real sustainable future. So of course the agenda is transversal, and the education to sustainable development is at the basis of this. So everybody has just to live in this education to sustainable development and live with it. So breathe these principles, and have them and practice them in his own life, everyday life, To do that, of course, we learn a strong education from the lowest level up to the highest and lifelong learning, But I think this is pretty clear to you. Let's just see how these principles have been met into the European agenda, and then how this has been received in the Italian institutions. So, well, the quality education is, and all the overall 17 goals, as you see, have been casted by the European Commission inside 6 priorities. Okay, and as you can see, goal number 4 is occurring in many of these priorities. We found SDGs 4 in economy that works for people, in Europe fit for the digital age, in the priority for European way of life, and of course in the priority for stronger Europe in the world. But of course, you can find links with the SDG 4 also in European democracy. You cannot have a real democracy if you do not have your population well educated. Okay? And also, as far as the Green Deal is concerned, you also need a consciousness of your citizen in this, to this aim. Okay? So Europe and the European Commission just received all the goals, and see how now Europe performs. These are some of the indicators for SDG 4 in the 27 EU countries. So one of them is concerned to the early school leavers. And we see that in 2020, this is about 10%, and there has been a decrease since 2015. So Europe is improving, okay? Also in the tertiary educational attainment, that is PhD level, okay, of competencies spread out in the population. So 40% of people between 25 to 34 in 2020 has a PhD degree, which is quite good. And this has been increasing again since 2015. And then as far as adult learning, that is, keep being informed, lifelong learning, okay? So for people aged from 25 to 64, see, we have 9.2%, but we have a decrease, okay, from the same level in 2015. And as far as with the least basic digital skills, we are still improving when compared to the 2015. This is somewhat summarized in this graph, which has, this is the main indicator, which comprehends all these all these different indicators, okay? And see, Europe, the average level in Europe is steadily increasing, okay, which is good, okay? How Italy performs in all this? Well, if we see these are statistics from 2019, we have that the average Europe is the orange bar, and Italy is quite below it, okay? Even though there is some increase of the performance, okay, from 2010, okay, but still we are on the low level, okay, of the countries in this sort of rankings, okay? And if we look at how what the pandemic is doing, see, Italy was, more or less stable with some up and downs, but then there is a net decrease from 2019 to 2020 due to the pandemic. So while the Europe is still constant and steadily growing, in Italy this is not going so. So this has been actually causing troubles as far as quality education in Italy goes, okay? And so these are some indicators just on the map. So if we just look at early leavers from education and training, so these are still aged between 18 to 24 years old people. See, we are on the high range, okay? So we have more early leavers than with respect to the other countries, and we are more or less in the middle as far as adult participation in learning is concerned, and we are in the very low range as far as tertiary educational attainment, okay, is concerned. Okay, so we have very few PhDs graduate, okay, with respect to the average of Europe. And to that, if we now focus more deeply into Italy's status, this is a report from ASVIS. This is an association for which is studying how sustainable development goes, okay? And so see the graduates have been increasing from 2010 to 2019, but as you can see, there is quite a pretty large gap between the north and the southern part of Italy. 10% difference, okay? So we have many more PhDs in the northern part than in southern part. And if we look at the level of how many students between 18 and 19 years old are below the minimum level in math and Italian, sorry, I couldn't translate the picture, okay? So we see that we have pretty high percentage, okay, of young kids which do not reach the minimum level, and this quite high percentages has been growing due to the pandemic, okay? So the pandemic has been a big problem. And the target for Europe here should be 15%, and we are ahead of 40%, so there is a huge work to do, okay? And also, as for the lifelong learning, see, the things have been going worse with the pandemic. So the year between 2019 and 2020, the number of people, the percentage of population that was keeping, okay, in learning is decreasing, okay? So therefore we have a huge priority, our big priority to try to recover, okay, this gap and try to boost the learning at all levels, okay? So young kids, youngsters, but also adult level. Okay? This reflects also on the employment, okay, and the unemployed displacement. So these are young adults between 20 and 34, which are neither in employment nor in education. Okay, see, Italy is here. Okay, so it's pretty high. And see, there is also this gender divide, which is also pretty large between men and women. Okay. So this is to all this, we should also observe that there is, we are also losing good minds because people to achieve a better work usually leaves Italy, okay? And these are the number of people here on the left-hand side, and here the percentage, okay, of graduates which are leaving Italy, okay, in the age over the 25 years old. Okay, so there is an increasing number of people which is leaving Italy, and of course there is this gender gap, so many more males than females. These numbers are increasing, and as you see, also the percentage of graduate, so that educated people that is leaving the nation is increasing. And in leaving the nation, the female, okay, are heading the males, okay? So we are losing good minds, okay, good potentials, and people that we have been training, okay? So this is not very good. To this moving from Italy into other nations, maybe England, Northern Europe, and USA, there is also, as I was saying before, a sort of divide between North and South. Okay? So here the first plot shows the student from the South enrolling in Northern universities. Okay, so you have the number of the left-hand side, and this is the percentage, okay, of students that just migrate, being resident in the South that go to the North, okay, to study. Okay, and see, this is the student mobility for the Northwest, Northeastern University, the center, South and the islands. See, the islands and the South are losing residents, students that are going in the Northern University to study. Okay, so that's the situation. And this goes in pairs, let's say, with the national funding for the universities, which has been decreasing up to 2015 and then slowly increasing again since 2015 on. Okay, so these are just the money that the government puts in universities. Okay. But something's changed recently. In 2021, due to the need to overcome all the problems born with the pandemic, the government approved this PNRR, which is a Recovery and Resilience National Plan, okay? Which actually has a focus also in education. And there is a lot of money there, okay? Money which comes from Europe, this REACT Europe, PNRR, which is also EU funds, but also many national funds there. This PON, these are acronyms or national funds, okay? And the beneficiaries are university, research institution, academies, art and music academies, and then student researchers, PhD students, and enterprises, okay? Because they finally understood that we need to reinforce, okay, education in order to get better jobs and to be competitive with the rest of Europe. So the mission which is focusing on the mission of this national plan focusing just on education is this mission 4.C1. And these are the main goals, okay? So, innovate education system, encourage access to university, accelerate the access to employment, reinforce vocational training, strengthen scientific and technology knowledge of students, innovate and increase doctoral programs, okay? And there are several actions there which span from last year and will go up to the 2026, okay? So, and there have been different calls and there are going to be many more, okay? Focusing on orientation in the transition for students from high school to university in order for them to have a choice which is a reasoned choice, okay? So something that they do consciously. Okay, and then to improve and increase the number of student dorms, so services for students, scholarships at the university level, and then to spend money in to innovate teaching at all levels, since the very primary school or even kindergarten up to university. So they are going to build up 3 teaching and learning centers in northern center and south part of Italy, and 3 digital education hubs. We are already in one of the digital hubs. And so this is something which is focused on the students and university especially, okay? And then of course, increase the number of PhD grants to encourage students to go towards higher education, okay? So now let's see how our university is located in all this general framework. So here are some of our numbers. So these are the first year students, freshmen essentially, enrolled in our university from other regions, okay? And as you can see, the blue lines, it's the Italy, how performs Italy, the average of Italy, and this is how our university performs, so which is not bad. So we are actually attracting people from other regions, okay? And these are the foreigners that come to our master degree programs, okay? So these are students with foreign bachelor degree enrolling in our master degree programs, okay? And so this is also not bad. And so this is how the study progress, so how our students get along during their educational path, okay? So these are students with 4 ECTS, sorry, I should have said, per year. And we usually have an average of 60 ECTS per year. So they actually accomplish 2/3 of their main load. Okay, and we are perfectly in line with the average in Italy. And the graduates in due time, as you can see, we are in line with the Italian average, and we are always performing better than the South, which is our region of reference, okay? And again, these are freshmen which are enrolled and then continue in second year. And so we are also closer to the average Italian performance rather than to the geographical region. And the dropout, okay, has been going down, okay? And so we are in the average yet. Okay, as far as employment is concerned, here we have in blue the Italy after 1 year from the degree, and in light blue after 5 years, okay, from the degree. And so we are perfectly in line for males and females. Of course, there is a difference, okay, so the gender gap is there. And that's the monthly salary. So after all, we are not going that bad. We are perfectly in line with what it is, the Italian average, okay? Final, the employer are mainly on the public sector and in the private sector of our students. And they think, I mean, our graduates mainly think that the degree earned is very effective, okay? So these are data from this Alma Laurea association, which is an inter-university consortium, which has all these full statistics, okay? So this is more or less how we perform. Let's now move in some more detail in what we do actually here, okay? So what is our mission? So last year, the university approved the new strategic plan. And of course, education is at the heart of the university mission, okay? So our idea was to move within the European higher education area and look at the university as a factory of creativity and innovation, because this is also our renewed mission after the quake. I mean, we have been the center, a sort of living laboratory, okay, for the territory. So, and we moved, starting from, the inputs, okay, from the Europe, so strengthening European identity, and therefore build up on European citizenship, work to offer our students decent work and the accomplishment of what they are, their own aspiration, okay, so what they want to do, okay, so that they can conquer and get a job that that's what they wanted to do, okay, and to do that we need to, of course, enforce competencies useful for the labor market, promote, of course, decent work creation, and achieve productive employment for all. Of course, we enforce the key competencies, the 8 key competencies, European competencies, which are actually linked to the active participation to both civil and social life, okay, to make our student really a part of the social life of the nation. Then to build up on innovative and teaching methods, which are student-centered, competencies-based, and also promote lifelong learning and, as I was saying before, citizenship and cultural awareness, and all this should bring us toward a more sustainable, fair, and inclusive society. How we declined these ideas in practice, okay? We translate this into different focused actions, so mainly 5 different actions concerning quality education, internationalization, equal access education and learning success, services for students, and lifelong learning. Okay? You have been hearing about internationalization. You probably will be hearing also about equal access to education, but I will tell you something about it, and then I'm going to review for each of these main actions what we are actually doing here. Okay, let's start with quality education. So we want to strengthen the quality of our programs, which means to upgrade and renovate our programs. So we just in the last few years, last 2 years, we have 5 actually new programs, mainly master programs. We opened up neurosciences, automation and control engineering, and data science, and atmospheric and meteorological sciences. Okay? Then we renewed 2 different programs in education and social services. And among the new programs that we offer, 2 of them are international programs. So these are delivered in English, and they offer joint degrees, okay, with other European partners. Okay? Then the other focus was to increase educational efficacy, which means to work on teaching, training, and development, and work out on student-centered methodologies, and develop new ways to assess the competencies earned by our students in the courses. Okay? So we have been doing many workshops and seminars to integrate teaching and research. We are working in international projects which are aimed to develop new methods of holding classes and assess the abilities of our students. Okay? Then we are also working on soft skills, so on transversal skills. We developed several teaching units which focus on competencies like entrepreneurship, creativity, and to improve the foreign languages known by our students, the problem solving, working team, and gender culture. And we are aimed at offering more of this activity which students may freely choose to complete their program. Then we are also working with the flexible path. We have Path of Excellence for students that are very good, okay, and then they want to learn more in their disciplines. We are working in international mobility, as probably Professor Rubin already told you. We we now offer foundation courses and foundation programs which are aimed to level up the competencies of people coming from abroad or from a different study path, okay, than the usual Italian or European path. Okay? So this is for quality education. Now, for internationalization, I will not describe anything because I believe that Professor Rubino has already told you at length about this. I will say something regarding equal access to education and learning success. So the focus is try to contrast dropout and early leavers, okay? And to do that, one has to focus on making the smoothest possible the step from high school to the university, okay? To make the youngster make their choice, okay, with knowing what is expecting them, okay? And so to this, we work closely with teachers at school. We run laboratory classes together with teachers and schools, high school students. We also propose tests for them just to test their competencies before entering in the university. So we have this test starting from the 3rd year in high school to orient them, because just doing a math test or physics test or some literature test can help them also understand what they are talking about, and what they are the discipline they are more keen on. Okay. To this, we also use several of these acronyms that you find. These are also national programs. So inside national projects, okay, we tailor some activities which are specifically tuned for some high school groups. Okay, and so and also we deliver seminars and lectures for teachers. Okay, in order to help them deal with new discoveries in science, okay? Keep them updated, okay? Then we also offer a guidance for graduates, okay, to find their job, so to improve the job request and offer match, so to be sure that the job request matches what the offer is, okay, and to do that we also have courses which are sometimes run with people coming from the job market, okay. We also have trainership in enterprises or in public administrations, that just to have our students be acquainted with which kind of work they will be doing afterwards, okay. So then also actions to promote access to education, therefore to make education accessible to all. We have special programs for disabled people or people with whatever needs. We offer tutor for this. We have tuition fees discount. We have tax reductions and scholarships designed for them. And for disability and learning disorder, we have a framework of support, okay, for them, okay, and professors also learn how to deal with them in our seminars and in our workshop to propose, for example, slides which are more readable for people which have some sightseeing disorder or things like that, okay? So, and we are working in increase the path, the welcome path, the tutors, the seminar and the workshops for professor, okay, to raise awareness, and the participation to international networks, okay. As far as services for students, we are enforcing and improve the Ombudsman services to help students report whatever their needs are and that they don't find fulfillment for this, okay? And let us aware of needs that we can cover somehow. Then we have this SACS, that's an help which is also online, given by our psychologists and psychiatric professor colleagues, which are overall during the pandemic, but also now they are presently following people which are, students which have troubles with depression, anxiety, or just whatever, and they are also at the just psychological level, but also at the psychiatric level. They can help them with medicines and follow them even remotely, okay? So during the pandemic, they were able to turn this service into a platform, still keeping all and preserving all the privacy rights, of course, okay? For housing, unfortunately, we realize on the regional stuff, because this is something which is not on the care of the university, but is devoted to the regional regional institutions, okay? But the university is now going towards this College of Merit, Ferrante di Aragona, and so there is a sort of joining efforts between university the Gran Sasso Science Institute, which is PhD high educational institution, and municipality of L'Aquila, to use some of the apartments that have been rebuilt after the quake and which are presently not occupied by citizens, okay, by residents. Okay, there are quite many apartments in that case. We have this housing that was prepared just right after the quake, and most of them, I mean, many of these apartments are now available, okay, and so they can be used by students, okay. And then also on sport and wellness, there are colleagues which offer sport programs and involve students in different activities in agreement with land, the regional authority, and other association among university. Okay. Finally, the last action, but not the least action at all, lifelong learning. So this we are offering postgraduate courses, which are not just PhDs. Okay, these are courses. We call them master, but these are not second level. Okay, they can be higher than second level or lower, just at the just right after the bachelor level. Okay, and so this is to improve lifelong learning offer. We just had a new one coming on systemic design of sustainability. And this is offered for whoever outside who is already in the job market, for example. Okay, and then we also work very close with professional education and people from the job market in designing new courses and programs which are appealing for the labor market. Okay, then we have a section focused on the continuous training of teachers at school at all levels, from primary school up to high school. Okay, and there are also courses which are devoted to new teachers entering into the second and first level of high school. Okay, and then there is this lifelong learning in professional sectors. For example, there are the professional association like lawyers or engineers or architects or dentistry or whatever, which need to be updated once in a while, and so we yearly run some of these professional courses devoted to improve the professionality in these fields, and and also overall in medicine, okay, where now our university is becoming a provider for these specialized courses for people working in medicine, okay. Okay, so I think this is the large overview. Just to leave you in the middle and just remind you some of our rankings, which place has pretty high in Italy as far as education is concerned, but still there is a lot of work to do. Okay, and so what are we here? This is why are we here for? Okay, so with this, I thank you all for your attention, and I'm here to answer your questions.
Hi. Can I ask a related question to your topic? A question related to your topic, not directly on it, but I have been in different Erasmus week and in Germany, and then there is a situation when everyone just wants to go to university, nobody wants to work with hands, and so the proportion of highly skilled workers towards proportion of unskilled or professional laborers is increasing, and therefore creates a problem of professional workforce in the country, and therefore the higher education, university education should not be promoted, but instead other way around.
That's professional education, that's another issue on itself. Of course, this is true also in Italy somehow. And this is something that, of course, is not related to universities, but rather to high schools which are devoted to prepare technicians, so technical schools. And so there is also a lot of work over there, and people working on that. And now there is also a call within this National Resilience and Recovery Plan, which calls enterprises and university and trying to join the efforts to match the competencies required by enterprises. Of course, that's something additional, I would say. So this is towards Italy. The low workers are always demanded, and often people with a higher level degree just to perform jobs which are below, okay, which require a level which is below what they earn. Yeah, so this is also true. And of course that's a different question, so sure, that's another problem, which of course the university can help, but this is something, a step that, so that technical school mainly should face and try to solve. Of course we can help, but the idea of having anyhow and to enlarge the population that at least has a bachelor degree, I think this is something which will make people, more aware of what they want to do and how to behave in society, how to live, a real social life and be inside the mechanism rather than, feeling outside. So probably these things should go in parallel, I think. So that's good to have a technical education, but I mean, it could be very bad that at 14 years old, people is just biased again towards a very technical job without having the opportunity to raise its general culture, which I think it's always an added value. So, but this is actually not our priority now, okay? Because we don't have just the means to face this kind of education.
Hi, thank you. That was really interesting. I just wanted to quickly pick up on your points around that we should all be getting used to education for sustainable development, and that's not going anywhere. I just wondered have you started to see that being integrated in any teaching that professional services might deliver? So, for example, colleagues who work in the libraries or career services or those sorts of spaces where they may be delivering on curriculum, what that might look like, or whether there's any sort of plans for that? Just whether your own university staff who work in professional services settings, like, for example, a career service or a library, if they're in a teaching capacity, would they work with education?
Thank you, Professor Continenza. Okay, so for tomorrow after two speech we have organized after 11 a.m. I have organized a walk tour in the street of L'Aquila. So we suggest you to use comfortable shoes, bring with you a bottle of water, and a good idea would be to take with you the water bottle we gave you this morning. And now just 5 minutes because the speaker is outside, so I'm going to call him. Okay, thank you. Another thing, for the dinner of tomorrow, we will give you information tomorrow. And for the visit scheduled for Thursday, we have here the list of participants with the office you are going to visit. So the meeting point is here. Some colleague will lead you directly to the office concerned. Yes, it's here. After the break, we will gather together here and then we'll go out walking. So the main place would be Santa Maria Paganica, which is not far from here. San Domenico, which is another building situated at the back of this building. There are another district, so just a long walk, but I think very interesting. Okay. Promote peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development is the title of Professor Ciccozzi's speech. Professor of Ethnography and Anthropology at the Department of Human Studies of our university, he is an expert in the cultural analysis between the north and south of the world, focusing on the issue of migration, integration, and intercultural. Thank you, Professor Ciccozzi.
Many thanks for the invitation. Just a moment. I will speak about connection between war and overpopulation. I call this paper an obscene variable. Obscene in the Lacanian terms as out of scene, as something that we can't say. The cognitive psychologist Steven Pinker told us that the world will become less violent after the World War II. This is a theory that talks back to Norbert Elias' ideas about the process of civilization and echoes optimistic Enlightenment era stylistic promise that progress would lead us in an empowerment of the human condition. Is this the case? Will it be so in the future? Are we sure? I would talk about briefly about a recent blood event of these days, the church massacre in Nigeria. The massacre that took place in Africa and northern Nigeria, between 20 and 50 people slaughtered in a church. The perpetrators alleged being ethnical Fulani address against Yoruba farmers. The media reports that the reason for the massacres is said to be mainly due to the scarcity of fertile land created by climate change and desertification in northern Nigeria, which are pushing nomadic cattle herders to find forage for their livestock farther and farther south, devastating farmers' fields. So a causal link is devised. The trigger for the violence would be climate change, the scarcity of fertile land. Is there nothing else? We can talk about these things. All the reasons are only ethnical problems and climate problems. I think this kind of explanations remove the demographical problem. As we can see in Nigeria, if we go and look at the demographical trends in Nigeria over the last 70 years, we have these figures. In 1950, there were 40 million inhabitants, while today we have over 200 million inhabitants. United Nations forecasts tell us that in 2030 there will be 260 million inhabitants, which in 2050 will become 400 billion to 800 million in 2100. We can see here the demographical issues about population in Africa, and if we go to read the African population figures, we see that in 1950 there were 230 million inhabitants, while today it has become 1,400,000,000. United Nations forecasts tell us that in 2030 there will be 1,600,000,000 inhabitants, which in 2050 will become 2,400,000,000 to 4,200,000,000 in 2100. The average birth rate in Africa is 5 children per woman. It was 6.6 in 1950 and is optimistically expected to drop to 2.1 in 2100. From the beginning of the year to now, in 6 months' time, there are 30 million people more in Africa. These are the graphical of and the data of world population. Let's look in 1950 there were 2,500,000,000 inhabitants, while today there are 8 billions. United Nations forecasts tell us that in 2030 there will be 9 billions, which in 2050 will become 10 billions, and then to 11 billions in 2100. From the beginning of the year to now, in 6 months' times, there are 35 million more people in the world. Since 1950 to the present, the world population has increased by nearly 80 million people per year. It's about the double of a nation as Spain. There are optimistic forecasts based on the expectation of a steady decline of the birth rate. So these are the most optimistic forecasts. The forecast model just seen are based on this optimistic assumption that birth rates will fall over the years. This is the question of the transition from a population that has a high birth rate and mortality rates to population with low birth and mortality rates. The basic assumption of demographic transition theory is that all population in the world evolve in the same way. It's a sort of ethnocentrical, Eurocentrical assumption with fixed stage in this evolutionary line. The model was constructed by demographers based on their observation and analysis of the evolution of population in European and North American countries in order to explain the reason for the transition from a regime of high birth and mortality rates to low values of the same rates. Demographic transition theory hypothesizes that always the transition from traditional societies to progress, innovation and modernization leads to a shift from having many children to having few. Now I would talk about Rwanda genocide, because there is a strong connection between Rwanda genocide, the massacre of these days at the church in Nigeria, and also I think there is a strong connection between these facts and the war that we live in these days, and probably in the future. Excessive population growth in Rwanda from less than 2 million inhabitants in 1950 to more than 7.5 million inhabitants in 1990, an increase of about 400% of population in 40 years. A lot of papers has been shown that this fact have played a key role in triggering the genocidal dynamics that in 1994 costs the lives of about 1 million people. I would read some words from the book Collapse of Jared Diamond. I know it's there was a lot of criticism about Jared Diamond's ecological materialist point of view, but I think there are also a lot of important information about our present. Jared Diamond spoke about the Rwanda genocide. Population problems such as those of East Africa are often referred to as Malthusian because in 1798 the English economist and demographer Thomas Malthus published a famous book in which he argued that human population growth would tend to outturn the growth of food production. That's because population growth proceeds exponentially while food production increases only arithmetically. André and Plateau note that 1,954 events in Rwanda provided a unique opportunity to select scores or to reshuffle land properties even among Hutu villagers. It is not rare, even today, to hear Rwandans argue that a war was necessary to wipe out an excess of population and to bring numbers into line with the available land resources. The term Malthusian crisis is impersonal and abstract. It fails to evoke the horrible, savage, and numbing details of what millions of Rwandans did or had done to them. Let us give the last words to one observer and to one survivor. The observer is again Gerald Pruner. All these people who were about to be killed had land and at times cows. And somebody had to get these lands and those cows after the owners were dead. In a poor and increasingly overpopulation country, this was not a negotiable incentive. The survivor is a Tutsi teacher whom Pruner interviewed, and who survived only because he happened to be away from his house when killers arrived and murdered his wife and 4 of his 5 children. The people whose children had to walk barefoot to school killed people who could buy shorts for theirs. So what is the meaning of this, the lessons that came from this terrible genocide? Human population growth increases conflicts. And in the world, we still have a lot of human population growth. A key problem is the youth bulge. A detail that illustrates the connection between population growth and conflict that Gary Fuller described a youth bulge as a type of expansive pyramid. The excess in especially young adult male population predictably leads to social unrest, war and terrorism, as the third and fourth zones that find no prestigious position in their existing societies rationalize their impetus to compete by religion or political ideology. This claims that most historical periods of social unrest, like in of external triggers, and most genocides can be readily explained as a result of built-up youth bulge. This factor has also been used to account, for example, the Arab Spring events. This problem is an important problem because in the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development's goal aim to achieve decent lives for all on healthy planet by 2030. As things stand, most of them are likely to be missed. This is partly because they fail to address human population growth. Positive empowering population solutions are the key to meeting the sustainable development goals. There are not mention about overpopulation in the sustainable development goals. This because there is a a taboo about overpopulation. Overpopulation is an unspeakable variable because this implies automatically an accusation of racism and Malthusianism. For example, Italian philosopher Alberto Burgio includes that the classic fear of demographic imbalance linked to the exponential growth of the country of the global south and facing of the tendencial stagnation of the north is the list of fears that populate the racist common sense. I don't know if it's only racist common sense. My fear is there is a tendency to remove this problem from the representation of the ecological present. So there is a taboo of overpopulation. This is the moral prohibition against saying that too many peoples being born can be a problem, and it's referred to three manifestations. The manifestation of religious taboo. This because there is a religious principle that claim us to grow and multiply, and there is a religious horror at contraception. The other manifestation is the political ideological taboo, because for the progressive culture, evil always comes from above, from power, never from below, from people. And then there is a lefty manifestation of the economic capitalist taboo. Market economies benefits from overpopulation as a source of cheap labor and production of consumption useful for commercial expansions. So there is a sort of Malthus ghost. This discourse becomes extremely politically incorrect, and it is in that is insinuates a kind of blaming of the poor of their condition. It has a sort of flower of ancient Malthusian heritage, and this led to widespread removal in academia from this discourse. I think we need to move out the moral ethical plane of blame and go into economical, ecological, utilitarian plane of causes. We need to move from removing responsibility to promoting awareness and finding solutions. Can we go, how many minutes? 5 minutes, okay. So I try to summarize the point of this presentation. We must speak about technological progress and traditional cultural legacies, and because this is a catastrophic combination. Global spread of scientific progress brought about by Western innovations improved the living condition for people, decreases infant mortality, and increase the life expectancy. There are factors either in demographic transition. One factor is the natalist imperialism. Overpopulation as a spontaneous strategy implicit geopolitical project amplified by traditionalist religious legacies. There are a permanence of tribal and tradition conception of the family, where the number of children is a sign of prestige and an instrument of power. Generally in sub-Saharan Africa, an accomplished man must be able to boast of having 5 children, is a sort of symbolical number. There is a strategy of maximizing reproductive potential. It is an adaptive to an hostile to an hostile environment, such as an environment lacking in sanitarian innovation, but is catastrophic in a hospitable environment, such as an environment reinforced by sanitary innovation. I think that we must talk about another factor called demographic trap. The term demographic trap now we must talk about the obstacles to demographic transition defer to social cultural factors that keep people mirrored in demographic traps. The term demographic traps is used by demographers to describe the combination of high fertility birth rates and declining mortality death rates in developing countries, resulting in a period of high population growth rate. High fertility combined with declining mortality happen when a developing country moves through the demographic transition of becoming developed. The key point is gender inequality. The submission of women as demographic trap. I mean, we are used to thinking of woman empowerment only as a gender issue. But we do not understand that it is not only a gender question. It is first and foremost a question of sustainability and an ecological problem. Population growth will not be stopped by a eugenetical dictatorship, but only by a process of cultural emancipation capable of moving women from being hetero-directed objects aimed at maximizing the physical reproduction of men's society to autonomous subjects free to choose to optimize and decline the maternal rule in accordance with the adaptation not to tradition but to the future, to the ecological problem of the future. This is a key point that is not represented by also by academical world, because there is a strong only a strong connection with gender problems. I don't want to say gender problems are not problems. I want to say that the problem is not only a gender question. It's the problem of women emancipation is more than a gender question. So we need to mention the issue of the paradox that arises between ideals of global equality and sustainability. Equality is not an absolute concept, but relative reference to something against which we measure it. We think of equality based on the average availability of resources measured by Western standards, housing, cars, appliances, high consumption of goods and resources, vacations, food quality, and a good level of wealth, access to medical care. Equality means availability of resources, landing at a given energy level. Truth of this, in this way, equality is an ideal that results in an already unsustainable standard. If we want a global equality based on these Western parameters, we will take about 5 planets today, and we often forget about this point. And so there is a cultural issue and a circular problem. People need to be economically and culturally emancipated to reduce unsustainable birth rates. But unsustainable birth rates needs to be reduced to economically and culturally emancipate people. So what is the way? I think there is a circular movement about emancipation and birth rates. There is a huge challenge. The challenge is to improving technological yields in the burden of increasing the available energy and the equity and sustainability in a context of continued dependence from fossil fuel and non-renewable energy sources. Cultural burden of building awareness of these difficulties and of the fact that the history of the West is not only an history of exploitation, but it's also embedded in a constitutive dialectical tension between exploitation and emancipation, between domination and liberation. But now I think we should start to think about a new role of, I don't want to mean of the Western civilization, but we can't think about overpopulation without imagine that the south of the world must fall of the same decrease of birth rate that happens in Western societies. This is the only way to try an exit strategy from a future that otherwise will be only able to bring us other wars and wars. I wish I was clear, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I was wondering, how long can a demographic trap last in an African country?
The prediction of United States are based on the optimistical perspective that African countries will be able to exit from the demographical trap. But at the present, we haven't good signs, positive signs about this. I don't want to be too much pessimist about this behavior, but
we can talk about 100 years, right?
Yeah. I think it's important to speak about also of these things. To be honest, I prepared this paper this night, and I was moved about the evidence of Nigeria massacre, killing. And I think there is a strong connection, not only between Nigeria and Rwanda, but only between Nigeria, Rwanda, and Ukraine, for example. This is a question of land, population, resources, and there is a strong connection between Ukraine crisis and African needs of food. We discovered that the north of the world feed the south of the world. I wasn't too much informated about this, because I used to think the energy came from the south to north and the information came from the north to south. But the schematic is not so simple. And thank you for your question. So I must go away because I have a little problem with my daughters. No, I have only 2 daughters, don't worry.
Because you're living in developed countries.
Maybe, but you have to ask the question to my wife. And I have only one.
So for this last part, we suggest we complete the video, and then we suggest a quick presentation of each other. Okay?
music using Powtoon.
C'è un posto dove studio per realizzare i miei progetti.
Dove sono padrone del mio tempo. Dove un...
Krakow, the capital of Małopolska, the second largest Polish city, situated in the southern part of the country. It is the most popular student city in Poland, chosen by more than 200,000 students. It is a city of long and varied history, with numerous institutions of higher education, one of which is Krakow University of Technology, established in 1945. The main campus of Krakow University of Technology is situated in the center of the city, near the historic main market square and the railway station. The Faculty of Architecture has its facilities distributed into 3 venues. The main seat, number 1 Podchorążych Street, housing the faculty administration, is located in the historic urban complex of the Royal Palace in Łobzów. The other venues are situated in Warszawska and Kanoniczna streets. The Faculty of Architecture provides education to approximately 2,000 students, offering undergraduate, postgraduate and PhD courses, as well as numerous professional postgraduate courses in 2 programs of study, architecture and landscape architecture. The faculty is authorized to award the scientific degrees of Doctor and Doctor Habilitatus. Since 2012, the faculty has been offering the Master's Degree Study Program in Architecture in English as the language of instruction. The graduates of the courses in architecture are well prepared to undertake career in architectural and urban design studios, central and local administration, research institutes and consulting agencies. The Faculty of Physics, Mathematics and Computer Science is the youngest faculty at the university. It was established on January the 1st of 1999 as the Faculty of Technical Physics and Computer Modeling. The faculty comprises 5 institutes whose research areas include inter alia physics, computer modeling, differential equations, artificial intelligence, computational methods in science and engineering. The research results are adequately reflected in the educational offer of the faculty. Classes are taught in well-equipped lecture halls, as well as in physics and computer labs furnished with special simulation, multimedia or CAD software. Students are also offered an opportunity to pursue their scientific interests in several students' research clubs. Graduates of Electrical Engineering program are prepared to undertake professional responsibilities of an electrical engineer, such as design and operation of electrical systems and devices, electrical machines and drives. Graduates of the Power Engineering program find employment, first of all, in power supply and power system development departments of companies generating, distributing and using energy carriers, as well as in central and local administration units related to the power generation and supply sector. The Faculty of Civil Engineering is one of the 3 faculties which comprise Krakow University of Technology when it was founded 70 years ago. We celebrate our tradition, but first of all, we think about the future. We educate specialists who will be able to build modern, environment-friendly and energy-efficient structures equipped with the cutting-edge electronics. We also offer study programs to train future specialists in transportation and spatial management. The modern laboratory facilities of the faculty comprise the Małopolska Sustainable Construction Living Laboratory, the Wind Engineering Laboratory, 2 accredited labs, the Laboratory of Research on Deformations and Oscillations of Structures, and the Research Laboratory of Building Materials and Structures, as well as the Laboratory of Road Materials and Surfaces. The graduates of the Building Study Program acquire qualifications in the field of design and construction of any possible built facilities and engineering structures, such as buildings, roads, bridges, shell structures, tanks, and underground structures. Graduates of the program of transportation are prepared for work in transportation and logistics departments of freight transportation companies, in urban planning studios, or in passenger transportation sector. The Faculty of Environmental Engineering is a department which has been a part of Krakow University of Technology since its very beginnings. In 2011, a new study program, Spatial Management, was first offered at the faculty. It is related to limiting the hazards originating in the natural environment and planning anti-flooding, as well as water supply and sewage disposal infrastructure. Graduates of the faculty are prepared for the design, construction, and operation of environment engineering equipment, installations, and facilities. Their professional skills enable them to embark on a career in engineering design and construction companies related to environmental engineering, as well as in the central and local administration. The Faculty of Chemical Engineering and Technology is a department with nearly 50-year-long tradition of providing education. It was created in 1966 as the Faculty of Chemistry in response to the demand of highly qualified engineers who were promptly employed by the chemical industry rapidly growing at the time in the southern regions of Poland. The situation has not changed much in this respect. Since 2006, the faculty has been offering full-time PhD study program in chemical technology and chemical engineering. The faculty graduates are well prepared for working in the environment of chemical technology and engineering, as well as for scientific and research work in broadly understood chemical industry. Their qualifications vary according to the course they have completed, but they all possess general engineering knowledge, are able to determine the areas of further study, and to implement the program of self-study. The largest faculty at the university, currently providing education to over 4,800 students. One of the largest faculties of mechanical engineering of all technical universities in Poland. Graduates of the faculty find employment inter alia in manufacturing companies of the mechanical engineering and automotive industries, as well as in broadly understood automotive auxiliary industry, but also in, for example, machine manufacture industry or in manufacture of services companies of various sectors. They are also prepared for starting their own businesses. International Center of Education, a unit of Krakow University of Technology, established in 1985 as the Center for Education of Urban Planners for Developing Countries. At present, the activities of the center focus on providing foundation courses for foreign students wishing to pursue their studies in Poland. Krakow University of Technology offers its students accommodation in 4 students' halls of residence in Czyżyny, over 2,000 beds. The halls of residence offer shared rooms for 2 and 3 people, as well as rooms for disabled persons, single mothers, and married couples. All rooms have both the internet and the cable TV connection. The university has extensive sports facilities. Both students and the university staff may use the sports and entertainment venue in Kamienna Street, with its modern gym and fitness facilities, as well as indoor volleyball and basketball court. Students may also hang out in Kwadrat Club, situated near the university housing.
Politechnika Krakowska jest to uczelnia, która stawia sobie na pierwszym miejscu dydaktykę i naukę, a ponadto poprzez samorząd studencki organizuje dla studentów wolny czas w sposób kreatywny i twórczy, poprzez wydarzenia kulturalno-rozrywkowe.
Krakow is a very attractive place to study and to visit as a tourist. It could be said that the city never sleeps. It is a former capital of Poland with a long and multicultural tradition, well worth visiting to explore as a tourist or for a longer stay to study here.
Okay, this morning we were just a little bit in a hurry, so we have not the time to introduce us. I am Alessandra Imperatori and I work in the international office, and I am in charge of international credit mobility students.
And I'm Fausta Ludovici, and also I'm in charge of the International Relations Office. And I hope that this experience could be fruitful for everybody, for your university and for our university.
I am Medio. I work at the International Office, and I'm in charge of incoming students, and I organize their documents and their the transcripts of their career.
We know you since you are the only one who introduced yourself.
Good evening. My name is Dave Nivia, and I'm the Vice Rector of National University of Battambang. It is my pleasure to join this staff mobility program. The presentation is very interesting and very helpful for the journey of developing and reforming and benchmarking good practice. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hannah Klink. I'm from Osnabrück University of Applied Science, which is in the northwest of Germany. Actually, I'm a course coordinator for a master course at the university, and I'm also the responsible person for the partner universities in Italy. And I'm very glad to be here. It's really interesting and to get to know. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica, and now I France, in Paris, France, near the southeast Paris, and the university where I come from is UPEC, Université Paris-Est Créteil. It's easier, UPEC. And I work as a manager of the Transfer Technology Office and Innovation.
Hello everyone, I am Ruxandra. I am from a university in Romania, in the north part of the country. It's a state university. I am teaching management disciplines. I am a lecturer at the Faculty of Business and Administration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amra and I'm from University of Bergen from Norway. I work as a research advisor at the Faculty of Medicine, mostly to various aspects of research funding, but also a bit towards the leadership and support and strategic development of various areas of research, career development and stuff like this.
Yeah, good evening, Ramunia Midtveit, University of Bergen, Norway. So my colleague probably explained into details. So I'm also a research advisor at the Faculty of Medicine. So guiding researchers to get money, and so how to apply for the correct call and how to apply correctly for the call. So this is my main tasks.
Hi, I'm Melanie from the University of Caen-Normandie in France, and I work in the international department and French department for foreign students.
Hi, hello, my name is Caroline. I am from Medical University of Łódź. I am administration workers who help students with their scholarships and dormitories.
Hello, my name is Lea Hari. I'm from Hungary, from Corvinus University of Budapest. It's one of the most eminent university in Hungary, in the fields of economics, management, and social sciences. I work for one of the legal departments at the university, the legal and regulatory services. and I'm responsible for regulatory documents, all kind of administrative things. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, my name is Alin. I'm coming also from University of Romania as my two colleagues here. I'm part of the teaching staff. I'm teaching computer engineering, but also I have some management responsibilities concerning the data, information and technologies. In fact, which is the department which is managing the internet of the university. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Vizitiu. I am teaching physical education to sport of University Romania, Suceava.
Hi everyone, so I'm Louise Terrence, I'm from Northumbria University, Newcastle. So I work in what's called Graduate Futures, which is the Careers and Employment Service within the university. My title is Employability Coordinator, so what that means is we work in partnership with the academic departments to help embed careers education onto the curriculum. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Aldona. I'm from Poland, from Lublin University of Technology. It's in the east part of Poland. It's the biggest city and also the biggest city in the east part of European Union. I'm responsible for both domestic and international students and preparing timetable, and I'm coordinator in the students' office. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Bojana. I'm coming from University of South Bohemia in Czech Republic, from the Faculty of Agriculture, and I work as researcher usually for the innovation and new technologies in agriculture.
I come from Riga, Latvia. I work in administration. I am a data protection officer and procurement specialist and so on. I'm really glad to be here. This is my second time I visit L'Aquila. I was for the first time in 2019 on digitalization. And I'm glad to see this beautiful city prosper, and now it's way less cranes above the city and much more nicer streets. Thank you.
My name is Daphne. I'm from the University of Nicosia in Cyprus, which is a large private university. And I work at the medical school as a quality assurance officer.
Hello everybody, I'm Małgorzata, I'm from Kraków University of Technology. I work in laboratory of thermal engineering. Me and my colleague, we are first time in Erasmus and we are very glad for being here.
Hello, my name is Sylvia. I'm come from Poland and the same University of Technology with my friends. And I find and nice to meet you, everything. Thank you.
Okay. Doriana from the International Relations Office. I work with the international students mostly, and I want to welcome all of you and enjoy the rest of the afternoon and the evening. So have a nice afternoon and see you tomorrow morning. You'll have a very nice walk tomorrow, so hopefully tomorrow is going to be a little lighter than today. Okay. Okay, so enjoy L'Aquila.
So see you tomorrow morning at 9, okay? Please be on time. Directly here. So after the speeches, the lecture, we are ready for the work because they are waiting for us at 11. Okay? See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Also, universities are also incubators of technologies, of new solutions for sustainable development, and so therefore they can support the implementation of these goals in also in other fields, in the industrial field, in the applied field, and in their territory of reference. The University of L'Aquila has started with the new strategic plan that was launched in 2020, started this promotion of sustainable development goals. There was, first of all, communication and survey among the personnel of the university on the implementation of the agenda in teaching and research activities. And so now on our website we have, we can see the results, and we can see all the courses and all the research projects that are relevant to one or more of the SDGs. So we can have a map, and this map of course will be updated so that we will increase the awareness of researchers, because of course this questionnaire, the first scope was to stimulate self-awareness. So how am I contributing in my field of research, in the courses that I teach? How am I addressing some of the topics that are relevant to these SDGs? And then, of course, once this map that we will be more and more complete, it will be also possible to connect people that have interests in common goals and allow them to collaborate and to design new courses, new projects, and so this will be a work that will continue in the future, with also to connect the research done inside the university also to external partners, so also to communicate to our stakeholders how we can contribute to these different SDGs. Then the other aspect is to give some priority to the research that is more relevant to these goals. And the result also of this mapping of the different keywords that can assign different projects to some SDG will be used also to showcase on the research page on the website, highlight where the projects are contributing mainly to one or more of the SDGs. So this is also a way to increase the visibility of our research and also promote this way of addressing more complex goals, and it will be also a stimulus for the students who will enroll in the university and will know that the research projects that have been granted and that have been carried out and where they can maybe have a part as trainees will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. As I said, the research approaches that are more needed to address the SDGs are interdisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research, and especially for early career researchers and for students, it is important that they can be immersed in a interdisciplinary environment from the beginning, because this will help them to gain this new approach as a frame where they can build their profile and their career profile for the future. Of course, to start new interdisciplinary research, it's needed also to provide funding, seed funding and scholarships to increase the development of approaches that, as I said, are a bit outside of the single specific disciplines and are more thinking more globally to a greater picture. This is one of the pillars also of the strategic plan that Aquila is carrying on, and last year we started a research funding program particularly addressed to early stage researchers. It was not only for early stage. We had two types of grants, starting grants that were addressed only to very young researchers, so postdocs or researchers in the first 3 years of their career. And then another typology was the research grants that was open to everyone. But in fact, also in this case, it was highly encouraged to present it on the early stage of career. So we gave additional points to the youngest and the more newly arrived at the university, and so we could grant a number of grants. So they were around 50, both last year and this year, and the majority of them went to early stage researchers. And also another goal was to increase the interdisciplinary. So the projects were evaluated also in terms of originality, so new lines, something that did not exist already, and how they would make possible to join different groups from different disciplines. The more diverse, the better, to find solutions that were really innovative. And so the degree of interdisciplinarity that was measured was very high in all cases. And from this year, we also added incentives for widening the participation of women as project leaders. And this had an effect. We are increasing the percentage of women that are participating and receive a grant as project leaders, and also integrating the gender dimension into the research context. So not only the person who is leading the research is important, but also the content of the research can be relevant for awareness in gender dimension. There are a lot of fields that can address the gender dimension, and a lot of researchers are not aware of how this could be. Of course, some topics are traditionally more adapt to this, so the personalized medicine, for example, is something that is already well established. But in fact, in many more fields, we gave some guidelines where the researchers could find new ideas to integrating this. And so we had quite a good percentage of projects that were related also in their content to the gender dimension. Okay, other ways in which the academic research can support innovations for sustainable development is, of course, the creation of innovation hubs that can establish partnership between private and public research, incubate startup companies, and design also new ideas, because one of the roles of the university is also to promote new challenges that may become targets of calls. This is done at the European level, at the national level. Researchers are also giving suggestions to the government to design new strategies of development. And of course, fundamental is collaboration between universities and the government, the industry, the local communities, and help the state governments and local governments in implementing SDGs also to other sectors. In this aspect, of course, one great help came from the PNRR, which is the next generation plan that was applied in all Europe and in Italy, that allowed to design new entities like enlarged partnerships where universities, research center, enterprises, and could become part of these enlarged partnerships, and this was designed to fund basic research projects. So this is really the fundamental knowledge that is prerequisite for development, because of course we must not think that sustainable development relates only to applied science. Of course, the fundamental science, the basic research is always needed to think about new solutions. And other entities that are being created, actually this is a process that is started last year and is very fast going on, is establishing innovation ecosystems and territorial champions, and these are the more applied entities. These are for technology transfer and support for innovation, always on a national scale, so they will have facilities, create national centers of research and development, especially on key enabling technologies that have been identified, for example, technologies for agriculture, technologies for the artificial intelligence, energy and hydrogen, and biomedicine and the industry. So this, of course, meant a lot for the European and Italian research system, because we had the possibility not only to receive additional fundings that are always needed for research, but also we had to find partnerships. So it was a strong stimulus to become part of a network. So now we are establishing a large number of networks in different topics, all of course, as you can see, all the goals of the 17 SDGs have been addressed by these different topics, and so we expect to see a lot of new research projects funded by this program. I would like to spend then a little bit of time on the importance of doctoral educations for the SDGs. Doctoral education, probably as you come from a lot of European universities, you are very aware of the importance of the doctoral educations. I would say that in Italy we tended to think about the PhD degree as a step of the academic career. It was in the past has been seen as something a little bit outside of the society, more linked to the progress in one specific career of study. But in fact, the doctoral education is really key to the advancement of the SDG agenda because it provides high-level training with both very focused scientific skills but also transversal skills. It's very, very engaging for the people who are enrolled. They spend 3-4 years really working very hard through a project in an international environment because it's very encouraged to spend a period abroad. On the other side, the agenda, the 2030 agenda, has also stimulated a discussion on how these PhD students should be trained. So now we are seeing a lot of new doctoral courses that are trying to be more interdisciplinary, trying to be less specific and addressing goals that are, of course, highly coherent with the SDGs. For example, thanks to the Next Generation EU funding, a few months ago we received a great number of fellowships. We were able to assign over 60 fellowships in addition to the ones that we already have in our doctoral school. So we have around 60 positions every year that are assigned every year, but with this funding, we could double the positions. So this means really employing a lot of new PhD fellows. And the specific expertise was required for some of these fellowships in sectors that are very coherent with the SDGs. For example, transition and green transition, public administration, cultural heritage, industrial innovation. And also, a part of these fellowships required, half of them, more than half of them, required partnership with industries, with the companies. So also, trying to find a close relationship between the university and its reference territory. So we established agreements of collaboration with the communal, regional, and health administration, with museums, with private research centers, and with many companies from many different sectors. And also, we participated in the creation of a new form of doctoral school, which is the national PhD program. This is something that did not exist in Italy until last year. So the PhD courses were locally organized by one university. These national PhD programs are new programs that are connecting at least 30 different universities, so very often more. There are courses. We started last year with the first two programs. One is the National PhD Program in Sustainable Development and Climate Change. So, of course, the title already tells you how this course is really aimed at rethinking the process of sustainable development in all its aspects. So it has then different curricula, the health, ecosystems, mathematic modeling, but also philosophy, economics. So it has also all the different aspects are considered. And the other one was the National PhD Program in Artificial Intelligence, which is also central to the process of digital transformation and industrial innovation. And then starting from this year, so from the cycle that will start at the end of the year, other schools will be on defense against natural risks and ecological transaction of built environment, heritage science, blockchain, space science technology, autonomous systems, and photovoltaics. So as you can see only from the titles, these are all thematics that are very, very coherent with the Sustainable Development Goals. And so the University of L'Aquila will have will grant fellowships in all these different national programs, and this will allow us also to become part of all these different networks on a national scale. Okay, so I conclude just by saying that what I wanted to highlight is that, of course, we can ask what the university can do to address the Sustainable Development Goals by implementing its research and its innovation, but also that these SDGs can help the university by creating new opportunities of funding, by creating new frameworks for research, and also by allowing us to monitor the direction and the impact of our research as a measurable also on the effects on development and society. And so this is very important as a framework to consider our future in research. So I think this is all. I thank you for the attention. I don't know if you have any.
Do you have any question for Professor Mattei?
Thank you very much. I have many questions, but I'll take one of them. Because you mentioned something about recruitment of staff that could kind of, that are somehow related to SDGs. Do you announce this in?
Yes. So we have different themes here because, of course, we every year we will monitor the strategic plan and how it's going, and this requires to have our strategic plan has been addressed on sustainable established a number of indicators that we have to reach, and so of course we need to recruit personnel that is involved in the aspects that need more implementation. The activities where we are now involved that are funded by the Next Generation EU, those will require new personnel to organize, because, for example, this funding, the university will also have to make calls, to make public calls, and so we will have to, and there is funding for employing new employees. So we realize how it's important not only to do the research but also to have people who can support all these steps of administrating the funding, of monitoring how the money is spent, and monitor the results. So this, I think, are new figures that must be trained or employed.
Yeah, interesting. And it seems like this is so kind of well organized from the leadership level that the entire institution is in on this. Did it start with the government, or did it start locally and then moved a little bit? Yeah.
These programs, they start
This is what it is. Good. They see that it's a good idea, right?
included all the suggestions. So in this case, I think the university plays a very important role in also giving suggestion and addressing the priorities. So all these activities at the university were always very leading roles in this establishment of this large partnerships and innovation ecosystems. The universities were really involved in designing the frame of this structure.
This perfect. I'm really impressed because, right, it is actually in a way a smaller town in the context of Italy. For example, L'Aquila. 70,000 inhabitants, right? Yeah. Yeah, but it's still, in a country with many universities, I think you managed to do extremely important work. So we kind of want to see how you will succeed. We are the third largest. Yeah, to attract everything, and because we are the third largest university in Norway, and I still kind of can see that they play this same influential role on.
Of course, the bigger universities have always more opportunities because they have more employees and more people. But I think this process was quite spread on a national level. So, and also, I hope this, of course, I mean, we will see how it goes. But in Italy, it's very clear that there is a gap between north and south, and some regions and others, and until we decrease their gap, the development will never be sustainable, because a sustainable development cannot be only for one region leaving the others behind. So the effort was to build large networks. The University of L'Aquila, I think, has gained a leading position in some key.
It sounds like this.
Topics. So.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is great.
I just want to compliment your
So your government decided to take this framework from Next Generation EU and implement at the Italy level, at the national level, so Next Generation Italia. Is it correct? And then you probably reorganize the budget, so because you also establish like specific grants for early career researchers based on the requirements for this Next Generation EU probably. So the whole framework is simply implemented more or less. So, okay.
The funding was distributed,
Mm.
so the University of L'Aquila received a part of the funding, so it was distributed according to numerosity, to the size of the university, and so we, of course, could use the funding that was given by the government.
In addition to the regular like PhD positions, as you said, so you almost doubled. Yeah, okay, but this is amazing, really. Mm-hmm, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. That's very interesting. Yeah, of course, we also have in Norway so a national program, but well, not so much in the line with the EU, for example, new generation, Next Generation EU. So there are some difference. We're a bit slower, I would say. Yeah, but you know, we're also struggling. So with the success rate, for example, our researchers, when they want to apply for the national funds, so success rate, it can be 5 to 10% if you apply for EU. So it's like from 10 to 17. So it is a bit of difference. So we are not also so good in, granting or financing research in Norway. But well, it's very interesting to discuss these things. Yeah, thank you very much.
Let me introduce you, Professor Fratocchi, full professor of business and management engineering. He's director's delegate for technology transfer. He has been responsible for several projects related to the university's third mission and local development. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I would like to share less than half an hour with you to make a focus. The Prorector Mattei introduced the role of SDG in our research policy, but not only the research policy, and how we at UNIVAC decided to organize the funds for Next Generation EU. I would like to make a focus on a specific SDG. And more specifically, I would like to discuss with you about responsible consumption and production. However, what is relevant for me is that the SDGs, in my opinion, are related. A lot of times they are discussed as highlands, so in a different way. I will try to use another approach, that is the relation between, for instance, the SDG 9, that is related to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and the role of responsible consumption and production. Because, at least in my opinion, it's not possible to have a responsible production system without an adequate level of innovation. At the same time, it's essential the role of industry. Even if service became more and more important in the last decades, in order to have a responsible production, we have to focus also on manufacturing industries. And at the same time, in my opinion, the link between SDG number 9 and SDG number 12 have an effect on decent work and economic growth. So, in my opinion, an effort we have to play to implement in our communities, in our countries, is to push people, but also institutions, to have a more integrated approach on SDG. However, my main focus will be on the responsible consumption and production. I start with the statute of our university. Around 5 years ago, we changed our statute, and in article number 2, we redefined our missions. The first was the typical research. The second was higher education. But for the first time in our history as a university, we decided to focus also on a third mission that at that time we called local development. However, with the new rector, we partially changed this label, and we moved to more sustainable development. So at the moment, our university is focused on research, higher education, and what can be called sustainable development that include the third and fourth mission. I don't know in your countries, but we have a huge debate about if third mission is more related to technology transfer and fourth mission is related. However, it's not relevant for me, the discussion about third, fourth, also because I don't like the idea that there is something that is first, something that is second, because it would mean that there is a priority. In my opinion, and I will try to share for this SDG, the different missions are interconnected in this way. So what I want to show you is how the University of dell'Aquila try to support the SDG on sustainable consumption and production related to these three missions. Let me start with the research activity. In order to better understand what our research groups do and how they are focused on specific topics, especially in terms of SDG, with the prorector, the colleague Professor Mattei, we decided to make a census. So we defined a platform and we asked to all our colleagues to classify their research activity. But it is very important that we ask them not to focus only on research activity, so publication, but also on other type of research products, patents, collaboration with companies, collaboration with institutions. At the moment, we have 529 respondents, and we collected data, and 37 of our colleagues specifically classified their research activity as related to responsible consumption and production, because we use, based on suggestion by Professor Satozzi, we use this as an indicator for international ranking. So we want to specifically know who make research on this topic. It's very interesting also to focus on a sub-thematic that is related to waste management. That is an important issue for this SDG. And we can note that 17 colleagues classified their research as related to such a specific topic. So within our community, this type of SDG, this specific type, so other colleagues are involved in other SDG. I am focusing only on this one, is a relevant percentage on this specific one. Another indicator that, in my opinion, can be used to understand how we develop knowledge, competencies with respect to this SDG is related to the number of patents. Yes, there is the usual indicator related to publication. I don't want to spend time on defining the different level of publication and so on, but I think it's important how researchers at UNIVAC tried to transform knowledge that is more related to articles, to journal articles, Scopus indexed, or other ranking, in something that can be applied, that is more inventive. So we try to transform knowledge in competence, from know-how in a way to implement. And at the moment, we have, as you can see, 41 patents. This is our timeline of patents. We have 40 patents, and one is an industrial design patent. And 7 out of the 41 patents are related to what we can call, generally speaking, green production technologies. And as you can see, such patents are related both to the Italian level, but in some cases also to European level. And it's interesting for me also to pay attention to the type of content. A specific focus on the recovery of rare earths. That is a very huge problem, especially in this period, because the idea is not to use rare earths that are in issues. Areas not very easy to manage in this period. Know that we have as at least once month, and what is interesting is try to have second generation raw materials from the devices that are not more performing. Another how to reuse raw materials, for instance, the case of this type of resins. So in such a case, the real effect for the environment is to not use and to not improve the level of dangerous waste. At the same time, we have some patents related to the consumption of energy. So what I want to say is that it is possible to define the contribution to the SDG number 12 in a very different way, because production and companies may be helped in improving their carbon footprint, but also the way they produce products. When we move to the higher education activity, I would like to spend just 1 minute to one of our initiatives. In 2022, we decided to make 21, sorry, to make another sense related on the contents of courses at the level of degree and master degree. At the moment, we didn't to analyze courses at the PhD level. So we requested to our colleagues to specifically define if some of the contents of their courses were related to different SDGs. So we have a map of how contents of courses match the different SDG. They are based on self-evaluation of the coordinator of the module. And we focused on a module that devoted at least 60% of the length to a specific SDG. In the case of the goal number 12, responsible consumption and production, we found 66 modules. But in my opinion, what is interesting is that they are related to 25 different degrees and master degrees. This, in my opinion, is relevant because it means that the modules are distributed in a large amount of our higher training courses. So they are not focused on very few courses. And finally, degree and master degrees in which we found such type of courses belong to all the 7 departments of our university. I think that is another relevant issue. I mean, the distribution of such a type of contents in all the different departments. And as Prorector Mattei said before, this means that it's possible to discuss, to support SDGs in all the different areas. You were referring, for instance, to the special national PhD program on sustainable development. I think that is important also for these specific SDGs, because a lot of times people say responsible consumption, production. Production is something for engineering. No, production and consumption is related to humanist, to hard science, to social science, and yes, also on engineering. The second element I would present, the second issue I would present you related to the higher education activity is the second level master degree we started this year. We decided as University of l'Aquila to have a master degree focused on sustainability systemic planning. This is the first edition. It just started some months ago. We have, for the first edition, 17 students. You can see that the general division is quite similar. People came from l'Aquila. 14 of them were graduate at the University of l'Aquila, but we have also 2 students by other Italian university, and 1 student that has a degree, a master degree, sorry. We call the master of second level the course after master degree. This is a special problem Professoressa Tozzi knows very well for our declination. In Italy, we have degree, first level master, either first level master or master degree, and then we have second level master. So it means that these people had already a degree and master degree, and then they can apply for second level master degree, okay? So it's not a master degree, but something further specialization about it. Another aspect is that 10 out of the people that are attending the master are already involved in working activity. That's why it's a part-time master. And finally, this is the breakdown for the type of academic background, and you can see that the majority is economic and business administration, but we have also 4 people from architecture and construction engineering and other type of engineering, but also on public administration management and social and educational services. What is important for this master, we have some connection with very important companies that were very interested in this type of project because they wanted to receive people to be enrolled in, employed in the companies that have a general approach to the companies in terms of sustainability. And then I want to move to the third areas, to the third pillar, local sustainable development. I tried to describe this issue with different approach. One is typical of technology transfer, is related to the creation of spin-off. So when the research allow some colleagues, even to create new companies. This is the breakdown of our spin-off. I can explain very easy why we have this situation. We had a terrible earthquake in this city, so for 3 years it was not possible to create new companies. We have a lot of damage. The number in is that are more operative. But if you compare the survival degree of normal companies have an higher level of success degree. I wanted to focus very briefly on 3 spin-offs. One is Snaptech, was established this year, is focused on clean technologies for nanoparticle production. It's important that the spin-off was based on 3 patents of the research group, and such patents are consistent with the reduction of energy and waste for the production of such nanoparticles. Then we have Smart Waste Engineering, was established in 2018, and is specifically focused on development of clean production technologies. So they develop technologies for manufacturing company in different industries. And also in this case, there is an interesting link between research activity and technology transfer and spin-off, because also in this case, we, as University of L'Aquila, are negotiating a patent license with this company. Finally, we have the first spin-off that is involved in issue in business related to the SDG number 12, that is biomaterials, that was established in this case. It's important the role of collaboration with the university, because the company, the university, developed a joint patent on this type of contents. However, our mission is focused only on companies, but also to the local community. For instance, this is an event we organized in 2020. We had not the possibility to repeat in 2021 and 2022 because of the COVID pandemics, but it seems we will make again. And is a specific meeting we organize prevention. So we presented in a very easy way our research activity to primary schools in order to make to increase the awareness of waste prevention. And finally, let me introduce an experience we have with the Regione Abruzzo. I mean the local government at the regional level. Abruzzo is the region of which L'Aquila is capital city. What happened? The region decided to define an industrial policy in order to promote environmental and social sustainability within the manufacturing industries, and then all industries, service and manufacturing one. And the University of L'Aquila was requested by the region to collaborate in order to develop a framework for the industrial policy. And we contributed to develop what is called Pescara Carta for the sustainable production. What is this document? Is an industrial policy tool that aims to support companies in improving their sustainability strategies and policies. And so we help the region in order to define how to incentivize companies. And more specifically, companies are classified according to 3 levels: low, medium, and high level. We, as University of l'Aquila, defined criteria for this classification, and this classification is applied to environmental, social, and economic development. So it's possible to define and to evaluate companies for each of such issues, and on this ranking, companies may receive some support. For instance, some financial aids or other services to further improve their sustainability program. This is the of collaboration with the public administration that is, in my opinion, one of the other role of the university. And let me close with some very short concluding remarks. I repeat the idea that, in my opinion, SDGs are not totally independent. University might support SDGs in general and SDG number 12 specifically, with all their missions. And finally, based on the experience we had at the University of l'Aquila, it's important to have a coordination, but first of all, a knowledge of what different research groups, scholars, teachers make within the university. Thank you very much for your attention.
Do you have any questions? It was quite short.
Surprise, surprise. Hi, hello. Thank you very much. Because when you do this mapping of, when you found out how many work with SDG 12, do you, for example, plan to use it for kind of create a strong research environment at the university in this field to kind of select a bit, prioritize funding or recruitment, or build a strong...
We tried just to have the map of what we have. That was relevant for both the rector to the research, but also for me, that I am delegate for the technology transfer, because it's important to know what we can offer, what we can leverage on. So at the moment, but please, Benedetta, say you if I am mistaken, at the moment we didn't define a specific policy to further focus on such as SDG. If you want, it was the premise for the activity that Professor Samatei explained before. Because also in order to apply for tenders for next generation, Italian next generation program, we had to know what was our strengths and our weaknesses. And the first step was to understand what we can propose for this. So if you want, that type of census was the premise for the type of activities that Professor Mattei defined. I don't know if it is correct.
Yes, it is correct. Of course, now we can enrich the keywords with the keywords that come from the next generation EU, because they have identified some priorities, and so we can focus the survey on these priorities that could help people to see where they can fit in the different activities.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
We are a medium university in terms of size. At least for us, it's not possible to have a total view of what we produced. It's easier in terms of publication, is less diffused the amount in terms of different type of knowledge. That's why we invest time in making such a making activity.
It's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello. I would like to ask you, how long did it take you to make the census? And did you have an incentive for researchers? And when did you do it?
Okay, so we take around 6 months. We had not a real incentive for respondents, but we had an incentive for administrative staff in each department. They had some goals, and one of the goals was the percentage of filling the questionnaire by people involved in the departments. So, as a professor, I was not incentivized, directly incentivized to fill the questionnaire, but the administrative secretary of my department sent me and to all the colleagues message in order to incentivate. At the same time, I went to each department and I presented to all colleagues the initiative, trying to explain what was the aim. For instance, now what happens? In the afternoon, I will have 3 visits in companies. A lot of times I returned, I had a need. Do you know how to improve this process to make it cleaner? I returned, I don't had a tool. Now I returned this night and I can check what group, what research group, what colleague may help such company in making greener their technology process. So around 6 months, no incentive. If I'm not mistaken, the third one was
When?
When we did it during 2021.
Okay. And the other question is, do you use it for other purposes?
We use for technology transfer activity. We use each time we have a proposal of joint research, for instance, with other university. We use generally for research and technology transfer activity. I don't know, Benedetta, if you agree, they are the 2 main issues. But for instance, for the Italian Next Generation program, it was relevant. We be more and more relevant in the next months to interconnect based on the tender that are presented at the national level, because it's all at the same time. For instance, Benedetta spoke about national PhD programs. So, based on keywords, we know what colleagues can be involved in the different PhD national PhD programs. We have to use such a type of knowledge, at least for higher training, technology transfer, but at least for the PhD program, also for research.
Thank you.
The second
second level master degree. So how long it takes, I mean, the studies, and can you elaborate a bit more? What kind of...
Yes, it is a 1-year program with some learning activities are in presence, but also based on virtual meeting. And the huge part of the master is related to a project work, during which students has to develop a real project of sustainability related to the specific company. That's why it was important to have collaboration with companies. So companies offer some topics, some specific project works that have to be developed by different groups. I don't know if I succeeded. Yeah. You are very welcome. I hope I was not so boring, so thank you very much for your attention, and we'll stay in L'Aquila for the other weeks. Thank you very much to the organizer.
Sustainable Cities and Communities is the title of next presentation, delivered by Professor Tozzi, our Rector's Consultant for International Policies. Welcome, Professoressa, and for being here today again.
Yes, you can see it's clear. Fabio today is waiting for a telephone call from the ministry concerning a project in the framework of PNRR, because there are some bureaucratic problems to be solved. So he is just waiting for this call, and so I'm speaking on his behalf. And okay, so this presentation is connected strictly with the presentation of Professor Fratocchi, the pillar, the Iron Man of the technological transfer. He was pioneer. You can see our university was starting this activity long ago. And Benedetta presentation, because as Luciano said, the activities of the universities cannot be as block, seen as a block. You cannot have a good, if you do not do a good research. You cannot do a good research if you don't know the situation, if you have no the culture, if you know. Yesterday we were seeing that in a university is connected with the place where it's located. And there is also the other way around. The city where the university is placed, they can ask at some point, but what are you doing for us? What is your role? Because the ivory tower where the university were posted after the Second World till the beginning of this millennium is not something that is out of the time, out of any understandable situation. So this presentation is focused on the goal 11, sustainable cities and communities. Of course, each goal has strict connections with other goals, but all goals are connected. Specifically, I sit down and I remove my mask. More and more, the world population is moving towards urban centers. And these centers are often home of our universities. cities and the communities must themselves be sustainable in the widest sense of the word, a meaning of the word sustainability. The interaction between universities and their communities, urban and rural, needs to be a positive one that can last for generations. You cannot just have a single contact with an actor of the territory. It should be a continuous contact. Universities must act as custodians of heritage and environment in their communities. And a sustainable community must have access to its history and culture in order to thrive. Cities are hubs of culture, but also places of great innovation and opportunity. Goal number 9. They can also be places where hunger, SDG 2, and poverty, SDG 1, are most concentrated, and so be home to intense poverty and inequalities, SDG 10, if actions are not properly planned and implemented. Cities and communities are not separated by life below water, because the cities are the greatest producer of waste, any kind of waste. So water, life below water, SDG 14, and on land, goal 15. And the interactions between them will be further pressed by climate changes, SDG 13, unless action can be taken in a sustainable fashion. So this just to say that to claim and to plan the sustainability of a city means a huge quantity of variables to be considered. So university should support arts and heritage by strengthening and providing access to local culture and heritage, contributing to local arts in terms of number of performances. Sustainable practices need to be active towards a more sustainable transportation and housing. That means affordable housing for employees and the students, but also secure houses. Planning together with the local authority, collaboration regarding services, any services, cities must provide maybe all services to the citizens. And development, establishing new build standards, security and energy efficiency and resources preserving, so waste prevention. Building on those brownfield sites to stop to spoil other soil, but reinvest, restructure and reposition abandoned buildings and in the city. Our experience. On the 6th April of 2009, the city of Lavik was hit by a very strong earthquake. More than 300 people died, 55 students died, and this is a big concern that we never can forget, because students are the life of the university, are our future, our scope. And this was really a big loss, and still we complain this situation. The quake, you just see images, destroyed the main monument, also the monuments. And we must say that there was also some strange situation, that the ancient, this is a medieval city, resisted much better than buildings of the 60s, built on the reinforced concrete technology, when people all over the world was relying on this technology of something that was against any danger. So they forgot that some places, some part of the city were never occupied by houses in the ancient time for some reason, that they just said now we don't need to do these differences. Technology is over all situations. Okay. But we have to speak of the social, political, historical situation at that time. Europe was experimenting the first consequences, serious consequences of the economic crisis. It was the beginning of the programming period 2007-2013 that is not this, not the previous, but the previous, more previous part. No measures were foreseen for coping with the natural and social disasters. We didn't receive any penny from European funds in the reconstruction phase. It was the beginning of a series of negative events of which COVID-19 is only the last, chronologically, one. I'm pessimistic in the sense, you see, the last, just now the last, but tomorrow maybe will be the last but one. Anyway, we hope not. Anyway, the university, even though key institution of the city, of the country, had no certainty of proper funds for restarting its activities. The government decided at some point for the reconstruction plan called Restart, so providing some funds planned in several years of contribution. But the universities understood immediately that had to take a key role in this phase, could not wait solution from outside, had to be a proposer of solutions. And also it was clear to the university that the reconstruction could be the opportunity for a new organization of city and its services. So they prepared several projects. The first one was Incipit, innovating city planning through information communication technologies. This is another one, digital cities and challenges, another one. So we were experimenting well in advance what was planned and described by Goddard, the civic university. We had at some point to cooperate with the local government, municipality, but regional and national government, because the risk was that the solutions were just decided from outside by people who didn't know the local situation. And you cannot have good solutions if problems are not studied, analyzed in the place where the problems are arised. So, to this project, I will speak a little about this, Digital Cities Challenge. The cooperation with the municipality produced this project called the Digital Aquila. It was a pilot program of European Community to promote and to see the level of digitalization of cities, of city government. And we were one of the only 15 cities in Europe selected for this program. The other cities were big cities, and we were the only city because we could provide proof, evidence that we were on the right way towards this innovation procedure. The following program, now we developed the Intelligent Cities Challenge. There are 100 cities selected in this, and L'Aquila is one of the 100 cities selected in this second term. Ex-Emerge it is a project I will describe shortly later. Together with this, our competencies in digital world, ICT world, attract the interest of big industries, as for instance the former Fiat now is, come si chiama la Fiat adesso? FTA, ok, who decided to have the only research lab outside Torino in L'Aquila, together with our researchers in ICT. Okay, the base of INCIPICT is the building of an experimental optical network for the city of L'Aquila that was financed in December 2012. So you can imagine that between 2009 till the end of 2012, we were suspended. We didn't know what would have been our destiny, because we didn't know, we had no certainties of funds, of procedures, of plans. But this optical network was based on the project of the university concerning the construction. During the reconstruction and restoring of the ancient city, of intelligent tunnels. So these intelligent tunnels will connect the city and all the utilities, electricity, water, telephone, any other service could be easily installed and also checked. This attracted the interest of the huge company, Japanese company Semimoto, who had just produced, at a research level, a new kind of optical fiber and needed to make a real test, not experimental test, but a real test in a real life framework and setting. So this tunnel, intelligent tunnel, had the sides and covering several buildings in the city, was the right test bed for the experimentation. And this was the start of diffusion and spreading of open fiber, this new fiber, in Italy also. Okay, so this is the main activities at the beginning was this metropolitan area network where the optical ring was planned and built, innovative wireless technologies, middleware, services and application, further developments. This optical, okay, I show you. The sites included strategic node of university was one, then all the public buildings, hospitals, so the crucial key buildings, and also the Gran Sasso Science Institute, that is the research, the doctoral school that was established in support of the resilience of the city, that was defined and was before as a cultural city, a university city, who had to be in research and cultural resources could find the reason and the tools for the recovery. This is the ring, the tunnel connecting these places, important key places in the city. And then, of course, the services are a lot. Just some examples. So exploitation of cultural heritage through information communication technology. Building automation energy efficiency based on disaster resilient models. Pervasive installation of wireless nodes in public, modern and historic buildings. The monitoring of buildings, what is doing, because it was a project but then it has been implemented. Several buildings are continuously monitored through special sensors. These sensors send data to some collector of data for a quick response. An example, there is a problem in a building and the pipe of the gas is broken. Immediately, the response is the closure of the provision of gas. The same for other possible disasters. So L'Aquila became a kind of test bed for several institutions. Many universities, researchers came from all over the world to observe this miracle of a town that was defined dead and indeed was well alive. Okay, so this is an example of, this is the church of Colemaggio, the monitoring of the sensor are put in some specific places. Automation, energy efficiency, the same kind of sensors, but with different aims, of course, was the observation of the energy consumption in order to have an efficiency of the buildings. So the reconstruction was also planned towards a more and more efficiency in energy consumption. And this, of course, was not only a monitoring of the structure. Here, again, the behavior people is important. And the behavior people can be changed or supported if they have a clear idea, a proof of what they are doing and what is planning to do. If you provide a specific tool to see that they can save energy, but they can save also money, of course, then the behavior can change. Okay, 10 minutes and you will visit the, okay. So, enhancement of our cultural heritage. They worked a lot on virtual and artificial vision of monuments. I go faster because the middleware is something very technical, very innovative. A lot of publications were done on this, publication mentioned, and also prizes for these publications. The city became a living laboratory where the 5G trial was experimented. Now 5G is pretty common, but we are speaking of 2014, and L'Aquila, together with the other 4 towns, were selected for the trial. And this was an important issue because this attracted the attention of the huge Chinese company, ZTE, who established a research laboratory in L'Aquila. Thanks to this innovation, the possibility to use this innovative technology. Then support to public administration, to also health monitoring, the health of the buildings, but also other services connected with health services. And other important, so this is the trial when it was, the 5 towns were this one. This important network of companies were working on this. This is the signature of agreement, our rector, previous rector, and the ZTE. Connecting industries, devices, okay, 5G now is a reality, but at the time was really something new and experimental. So many things. Okay. This is the other services connected with the tunnel with this optical ring. Let me go fast here. So we are experimenting the autonomous car, and from the project Emerge that was approved at that time, now we have an excellence research center called Emerge, and we are cooperating strictly with the FTA to provide an autonomous car on the basis of a very successful commercial car, which is Fiorino? No, non Fiorino. Fiorino? No, quell'altro, io mi sbaglio sempre tra Fiorino e Ducato. Ok. We open also the laboratory of optics and photonics. This laboratory is very excellent. Researchers from all over the world come every year to study together with our luckily young researchers who are very, very good researchers in this field. I stop here. I want just to show you some images, but very shortly, just to have an idea of what we are doing. For the monitor, you see, this is the Colle Maggio after the earthquake. So they started to study, to make models, to collect data, and then they reconstructed. They are monitoring during the restoration, but also now during the normal activities. Then you can see, I want to show this building. Look to this. This ceiling, this is the ceiling of the room, the main room upstairs, original. And they resisted very well. They were very well done against any super modern technology that were, you see, they had very serious competencies gained through experience, because this town was not used, but earthquake was something in the history of the town. So you can see buildings not taller than 2 levels. You can see technology in construction with this kind of concrete, of bricks, special positioning of this, very light roofs using, come si dice le canne? Cane, the canes, strong but very light. So they discovered a lot of, you see, this is the ceiling, a lot of richness. This is a cultural richness, cultural heritage that we cannot and we have not to forget. We have to transmit. And from this experience, the Department of Construction and Environment and the Buildings are preparing an excellence department with the new competencies for the use of traditional materials, local traditional materials, because Italy is full of art and important monuments that are done using local materials. And if you go through Italy, you go in Toscana and Umbria, you find a lot of, here in Lapland you find stones, very strong stones, similar to marble, which are the characteristic of the construction. So we have to relearn the technologies used by our ancestors. Thank you. Thanks to Fabio. I'm not Fabio.
Do you have any question? No. Okay. Thank you, Professor Tozzi. For for today, the dinner is, the meeting point for the dinner, sorry, is here at 7:30. Here, I mean, of course, in front of this building, okay? And tomorrow, sorry? 7:30. Yes. And for tomorrow, we will start at 9. So please be here at 9:15 for the registration, so we can start earlier. Thank you.
I would like to introduce you Professor Caroccia, who is going to deliver a talk with the title, which title is Gender Equality, and will be delivered by remote. Professor Caroccia teaches private law, and he is a Director's Delegate to Equality and Equal Opportunities. She is part of the team of the project Territori Aperti and previously responsible for the second edition of the project for refugees. Thank you, Professor Caroccia.
Thank you, too. Can I speak?
Yes, of course.
Yes. So good morning, everyone, and my warmest thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There is
Yes.
Maybe could you off the microphone?
Yes, of course.
So I try? Oh, now it's better. My warmest thanks to my colleagues and to organizing committee of this very interesting initiative, and welcome, and my warmest thanks to you. It's a great pleasure to know you, to meet you finally. And my team is gender equality in academia. This is afternoon because it was yesterday, but good morning in any case. And my task today is to introduce you to policies adopted by European academic institutions in order to reduce the gender gap in academic areas. The gender question crosses the academic world in its entirety. It affects everyone. It is very important to understand that. Students, professors, researchers, and employees too. Moreover, what we do in academia in this regard could have strong consequences outside the classroom, outside the academia. We have a clear responsibility in this regard. So, let's start. The gender issue is not a novelty in itself. However, it is true that in the last few years we paid much more attention on this topic for several reasons. Gender inequalities are recognized as one of the major obstacles to economic growth, sustainable development, and fight against poverty. The gender question has been placed at the heart of the political agenda in Europe, but not only in Europe. And equality between women and men is also a core of value of European Union in the treaties. You can find it. Such value is promoted by the European Union through a large body of rules in different areas. And more specifically, gender equality as a gender mainstreaming, that is the integration of a gender perspective in the preparation and evaluation of all policies. The gender equality, I said, and gender mainstreaming in academic research is one of the priorities for the European research area. And the promotion of both of these policies within research and innovation is among the aims of the European Framework Programme. Notwithstanding that, the general situation of women in European academia is not encouraging, as you will see. I as you surely know, the Global 2030 Agenda Sustainable Development provides gender equality and women empowerment as a specific goal, the goal number 5. It is important to stress that gender equality is not only an objective in itself, a goal in itself, not only, but it is also a cross-cutting goal, affecting several other areas, maybe all other areas. But that said, the question is, does a gender question actually exist in Europe in 2020? The answer is synthetically but clearly explained in this claim of the former President of the European Parliament. In a scenario of gender equality, women and men are expected to participate proportionally to their share of population. However, in many areas, women participate less than what would be expected based on the sex distribution in the population. There is an underrepresentation of women, while men participate more than expected, overrepresentation of men. Full gender equality in the distribution and concentration of power in all political, social, cultural, and economic spheres is far from being realized also in Europe. Gender power relations do not only concern decision-making and politics, but are also reflected in our everyday lives, including in the workspace and in academia. Notably, the situation of women in academia is well shown in the She Figures report. Since its first publication, She Figures provides a wide range of comparable data on gender equality in research and innovation at pan-European level. The report was first realized in 2003 and is updated every 3 years, and it aims to give an overview of the gender equality situation using a wide range of indicators to examine the impact and effectiveness of policies implemented in research and innovation area, R&I. The report particularly focuses on the following themes: presence of women in research across different sectors of the economy, horizontal segregation by sex across different fields of research and development and research occupation, and vertical segregation by sex in academia. That is, underrepresentation of women in the highest grades and research posts and as heads of academic institutions. The key findings are summarized in this figure. I hope you can read it. I know the figure is not so clear, but I summarize the key finding. And as you can see, women are close to reaching gender parity among doctoral graduates, but you see 48%, but are still underrepresented in science and engineering and information communication technologies. The data shows that European Union has almost achieved gender parity among doctoral graduates. Despite this progress, however, important gender gaps persist in certain broad fields of study. Then, women remain underrepresented in technological professions and in the labor market. Third, at European level, in 2019, the proportion of women researchers working part-time in the higher education sector was higher than that of men researchers by 30.9 percentage points. Also at European level, 9% of women researchers and 7% of men researchers in the higher education sector worked within precarious contract. So the precarious contract are still a problem. And women, which impacts on women, more than men. Women are underrepresented at the highest level in academia. Despite efforts, the underrepresentation of women in senior academic and decision-making position in the European Union continue to be a significant issue. European level data shows that in 2018, women represented more than 40% of academic staff, but there were considerable differences by grade. Women represented nearly half of grade C and D staff, so researcher and doctorate and postdoctoral, but they only occupied around a quarter of grade A, that is full professor. Also at European level in 2019, just over 3 in 10 board members were women, nearly 30%, and under 1/4 of board leaders were women, so 24%. And lastly, women are less successful than men in access research funding and are significantly underrepresented among inventors. Among the pool of authors actively publishing, the number of men authors exceeded the number of women authors at all seniority level between 2015 and 2019, at both at European level and national level, country level. So, such gender differences in research and innovation outputs may contribute to a vicious cycle, whereby women who have fewer patents or publications due to their names have less competitive funding application, which could in turn decrease the count of patent application and publication submission to journal by women. Thankfully, data are not always so discouraging. Year after year, she figures showed some positive trend and more in general a moderate improvement in quite all considered areas. The figure that you can see show more in details the gender situation in academia with regard to a typical academic career. This is the so-called scissors pattern of gender distribution within career stages in European academia. No? You see the scissor, no? It's clear. The figure showed the percentage of male and female university students through graduation, PhD, researchers, associate professor, and full professor. And as you can see, women are the share of women among academic staff declines steeply as they advance to higher position. However, you can observe a little improvement since 2015. The following figure showed the same academic career, focusing on STEM areas. Here, the scissor pattern becomes a leaky pipeline. The leaky pipeline, maybe you know, is a metaphor describing how women become underrepresented minorities in the STEM. And as you can see, in STEM areas, the disequilibrium starts before undergrad, with fewer women choosing to major in these fields. And also in this case, however, you can observe a minimal improvement, about 2 points percentage. Similar consideration can be expressed with regard to the technical and administrative staff career. Also in this case, gender inequality still exists in Europe with regards to the career development, with higher position held by men, you can see. And also in this case, you can observe a little improvement in last few years. Oh, this is the situation in Europe. Now, very shortly, I show you the situation in Italy, the gender situation in Italian academia. And as you can see, the structure of the Italian academic hierarchy maintains the same pattern. You can see the scissor pattern, the leaky pipeline, and the problem of the administrative and technical staff. It's a scissor also in this case. However, if you can see, in Italy, you can observe a more clear improvement. 8% and yes, more or less 8% in any case. So a little but more clear improvement with respect to the situation described in the previous report. In view of the above, European Commission underlines that there was a growth during these last years, but the growth was too slow. As an example, in the last 20 years in Italy, the proportion of associate professors is augmented only 10 points of percentage, 9 if you consider the level A, so the full professor. For this reason, a complex strategy was put in place by European institutions, aiming to promote the advancement of women and objective for strategic engagement for gender equality. Notably, measures have been taken in order to ensure women's participation in the labor market, to ensure a work-life balance, to reduce the gender pay gap, to fight pay discrimination, to promote equality in decision-making, to eliminate gender-based violence, and to promote gender equality and women's rights beyond the European Union. The strategy foresees two levels of intervention, regulation and action. From the normative side, so the regulation side, the European institutions have intervened several times on the matter. The necessity of considering the gender dimension in budgeting was expressed for the first time during the Fourth World Conference on Women held in Berlin in 1995. Subsequently, in 2003, the European Parliament approved a resolution on gender budgeting, that is building public budgets from a gender perspective, in which the necessity was expressed of introducing the gender dimension in the budgetary process. A second resolution on gender mainstreaming was approved in 2011. And then in 2016, the European Parliament approved a resolution on creating labor market conditions favorable for work-life balance. But you see, it is significant that only in 2022, last 8th of March, the European Commission proposed a directive against domestic violence and gender violence. It's only a proposal against domestic violence. It's only a proposal, is not an approved normative act. With specific regard to research and innovation, proposed action on gender equality center on three main areas. First, promoting gender equality in careers. Second, ensuring gender balance in decision making. Third, integrating the gender dimension in research and innovation, content and program. To achieve these goals, it is necessary to provide for three phases: auditing, programming, and budgeting. You see, auditing, programming, and budgeting. In particular, two key documents are previewed to achieve the mentioned goal: gender budget and gender equality plan. And the gender equality plan, please note that includes the budgeting process. Gender budget is the first stage of a process that allows analyzing and evaluating the policies and economic financial commitments of public and private institutions from a gender perspective. It provides for the integration of the gender perspective at all levels of the budgetary process to take into account the different impact of policies on men and women and the different needs of the community. The Gender Equality Plan is a document that expresses the process of analysis, planning, implementation, and monitoring of the strategies adopted to promote gender equality, not just positive action in a technical sense, in a juridical sense. Italian laws discipline then a third document, the Positive and Action Plan, which is similar to the Gender Equality Plan, as it contains measures that should ensure the removal of the obstacles which prevent the full realization of equal opportunities for men and women. But there are some differences between the Gender Equality Plan and the Positive Action Plan. And I will not speak about this because it is a perspective limited to Italy. However, we can say that the Positive Action Plan contains only positive action. Positive action is special temporary measures, as they are not general but specific and well-defined, and necessary because they rest until the unequal situation is identified. So positive action are specific measures which can be lawfully taken to encourage and train people from underrepresented group to help them overcome disadvantage in competing with other applicants. For example, to increase the number of women in roles in which they are currently underrepresented. In this second section of my intervention, we will analyze the mentioned documents more specifically, more in detail. So, first of all, the gender budget. With this expression, we refer to a document aimed both at analyzing and evaluating policies and investment of public and private institutions in a gender perspective. The aim is the achievement of a transparent, effective, efficient, and fair management of both human and financial resources. It is based on two main assumptions. Budgets are never neutral as they reflect political choices. And second, without numbers, the gender question does not exist. Both these concepts are clearly resumed in this word of the European Parliament, following which public budgets are not mere financial and economical tools, but they are the basic framework within which the model of socio-economic development is shaped and political aims are prioritized. Moreover, it is essential to underline that gender budgeting does not aim to produce a separate budget for women, but rather to influence a public budget, since they are not gender neutral as they have different impact on women and men. So, a gender budget is aimed at acquire awareness of the gender situation within the institution concerned. Second, build a ground on which to develop strategies in order to improve the condition of the underrepresented gender. And third, build a descriptive model which serves as a benchmark for evaluating the gender policies within the institution concerned. A gender budget should contain context analysis, so the analysis of the gender distribution of the various members of the institution concerned and participation of women and men in governance bodies, and an analysis of the institution's economic and financial commitments in the gender perspective in order to classify and evaluate the adopted measures and the efficacy of policies that are put in place. In this figure, you can visualize the budget process, and in the following figure, you can see an example of context analysis. You can see this is the model suggested by the Conference of the Italian Rectors. So here you are the process, starting data collection and then presentation and dissemination, and the context analysis. You see students, academic staff, technical and administrative staff, and governance. I'm sorry, I forgot to translate. This is governance in any case. As I said, I will not speak about positive action plan because, as I said before, this is a specific request of the Italian normative context. And then the gender equality plan. It is a plan containing a set of commitments and action that aim to promote gender equality in an organization through a process of structural change. As of 2022, participation in the framework program will require having a gender equality plan for public bodies, research organizations, and higher education establishments. These policy instruments strive to sustainably transform organizational processes, cultures, and structures within the field of research and innovation to combat and reduce gender imbalances and inequalities. It should be holistic and comprehensive in the way that it addresses the whole organization, engages all relevant stakeholders, and tackles several gender equality issues in your organization. Therefore, the gender equality plan should not focus only on promoting career opportunities and equal access to resources for one gender. Rather, they should be inclusive and target women and men in all their diversity. Consequently, AGEP is a systematic and strategic instrument that establishes priorities and concrete objectives and the specific measure that will be implemented to improve gender equality within organization and in the field of research and innovation. The process of developing and implementing a gender equality plan can be broken down into 6 different steps, each requiring specific types of activities and interventions. So, step 1, you will need to familiarize yourself with the gender equality plan concept and how it fits with your organization and the specific context of your organization. You also need to identify and approach potential allies and supporters of a gender equality plan in your organization. Step 2, analyzing and assessing the status quo in your organization. So in this step, sex disaggregated data is collected and organizational procedures, processes, and practices are critically reviewed to detect any gender inequalities in their causes. And here you are the gender budgeting process. So step 3, setting up a gender equality plan. In this step, you will need to identify objective goals, set your targets, and measure to remedy to identified problems, allocate resources and responsibilities, and agree on timelines. Step 4, implementing a GEP. In this step, you will implement the planned activities and undertake outreach efforts to gradually expand the network of stakeholders supporting the gender equality plan implementation. 5, through monitoring and evaluation activities, you will assess the implementation process and the progress achieved against the aims and objectives identified in your gender equality plan. Findings from the monitoring and evaluation exercises allow you to adjust and improve your intervention. And then 6, what comes after a gender equality plan, based on the results of the step 4 and step 5, you need to develop a new gender equality plan that builds on your experiences, learnings, and achievement, and that also ensures the sustainability of the efforts started in the previous gender equality plan implementation rounds. The European Commission recommends 5 contents-related requirements. You can enlarge this, but this is the minimal content. For each area, there are several basic elements to be taken into account when setting up the GEP. So goals, measures, indicators, targets, timeline, responsibilities. The European Commission also points mandatory requirements for gender equality plan. In particular, a gender equality plan must be published on the organization website. It's a mandatory rule. Signed by the top management, so share from the top management, and actively communicated. It must provide sufficient resources. This is very important. Resources, but human and financial resources for implementation. It should collect sex disaggregated data and should report progress annually based on specific indicators. And it must include training activities on gender equality for all individuals which work in the organization. Here you can find some practical example of the measure adopted by the University of l'Aquila. For example, we have 2 editions of the gender budget, and this year we published the first edition of the gender equality plan. Obviously, we have also a positive action plan. And you can see this example. If the analysis showed that we have a problem with the access to the STEM, you see here, to the STEM careers, we can program a measure to encourage girls to study this kind of disciplines. On the contrary, here, in the second case, the problem is not the access. You see, there are more women than men in the access of the career. So the problem is not the access, but the development of the career. In this case, obviously, we must adopt different measures to improve the career, not to guarantee the access. And here you have another example of measures scheduled in the gender equality plan. As you can see, we have the area and goals and action and the target and responsibilities, human resources, financial resources, output, outcome, and timeline and evaluation. You can see we have different examples for different thematic areas, and you can find all these material, these practical materials at the following addresses you see, and I hope this is this will be useful for you, and I hope you enjoy my participation, but I think I finished my time. Yes, I finished my time.
Thank you. Any question for Professor Caroccia? No. You, Professor.
No question. So, okay. Bye-bye.
Let me introduce Professor Curci, who is a professor of physics of the Earth at the Department of Physics and Chemical Sciences. His main research interest is focused on atmospheric chemistry. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Thank you to you and to you all. Nice to meet you. So, I will tell you something about climate change and why is there, why we think is a problem. So probably all of you already know a lot about it. And specifically, as a university, what we can do to help society in order to tackle this difficult problem, very, very complex, probably the most complex that humanity had to face so far. So first of all, what is climate? Against the term meteorology, sometimes they are kind of used as synonyms as the same thing, but are a little bit different, just to be aware of the jargon, of the terminology. So both are about describing the state of the atmosphere. So the temperature, the winds, pressure, if it rains or not, all over the globe, okay? But they differ in the way we look at that, especially on the time scale we look at the system. So climate is more related to something that you may compare with the character of a person. If you know someone for 10 years, 20 years, you know how he behaves in a certain situation. So this is the climate. It is what you expect from a given person. So it's related to the so-called boundary condition of the system. What are, for the climate, is the solar radiation, so the mechanism of the sun, what is the composition of the atmosphere, what is the distribution of the oceans and the continents, and so on. Something that is not directly related to the atmosphere, but something that is like an external forcing. So it's like the environment that shape our character. And meteorology is something that is related, but it is a more frequent variability. Is how you wake up in the morning. Even if you are very, very calm, a very relaxed person, depends on what happens. You may become nervous or with a very different mood from day to day, from hour to hour, from minute to minute. But the system is the same. Okay, so it's very rapid variability around an average behavior. Okay, so this is the difference between climate and meteorology. It is what we look every day on our weather forecast. So the climate of the Earth is basically an energy problem. So it depends on the energy balance of the Earth. The energy that comes in and the energy that goes out. The difference shape what is our climate. So there are two basic mechanisms, basically. We have the solar radiation, which is our main source of energy for everything. And then we irradiate, as a warm body, heat to space. Okay, so any warm body releases heat because it has a temperature. Okay, even the table, us, the buildings, all the Earth. If you ever went to a science museum, for example, you have looked at the infrared cameras that show the colors of the person depending on the temperature. This is infrared radiation that any warm body emit naturally. So if it was just for these two mechanisms, so sun coming in and our planet in equilibrium with the solar radiation re-emitting heat, then we would have an average temperature on the Earth of -18, which is really cold and is really outside our common sense. So there will be no life because everything will be under the freezing point of water. However, there is the atmosphere in between, and this is the main mechanism why we live here. Because the atmosphere is not transparent, as we are used to see, but absorb somewhat the solar radiation, but also the infrared thermal radiation irradiated by the Earth and all the bodies. In absorbing this radiation, heats the fluid, the atmosphere, which irradiates this heating both to space and back to the surface. So this mechanism basically creates what we call the natural greenhouse effect. And that's why the average temperature on Earth is +15. It's not -18, and that's why we have life on Earth. This is due mostly to those gases into the atmosphere that are able to absorb the infrared radiation, the thermal radiation. The main one is water vapor. The other one, and there are many others, including carbon dioxide, which is the one that we usually hear when we read or speak about the anthropogenic greenhouse effect. We will understand why. Actually, the real figure is much more complicated, but we don't have time to look at that. So, climate is an equilibrium. Yes, that's true. But this equilibrium is changing from time to time. This is basically most of the history of the climate on Earth since, let's say, the life was well spread over the planet. So in the last 500 million years. As you see, there are a lot of variations. This is our days, and all the temperatures are, let's say, compared to the temperature we are used today. So when you are below, it's colder. When you are above, it's warmer. And as you see, there have been a lot of variations for many, many reasons. Some of them are not understood because the sun changes its life cycle, because the continents change their shape, because sometimes it's all covered by ice, sometimes it's not, because the concentration of these greenhouse gases into the atmosphere changes from time to time, because of volcanoes, because of meteorites, because of many reasons, because of life. So, if you look at the recent part, we are used to something that is really constant, oscillates around an average value, but has been really kind of the same, almost the same in the last 10,000 years. So since the last glacial era ended, okay? And this period was really good for us because allowed what we call the civil society to have the right condition to develop, okay, and that brought us today. What we are looking today, however, is that with respect to this line, we are observing a very steep increase, okay, which we are still observing a steep increase, but we expect to see more in the very next future. On this scale, this increase will be kind of instantaneous, as you see, on a geological time scale. If you zoom in the last 100 years or so, we are looking at this data. We see that this average temperature of the Earth increased by 1 degree, so it's not 15, maybe 16. The sea level also increased by 20 centimeters. Looks a small number. Was increasing at 1 millimeter per year at the beginning of the 20th century. Then it was 2 millimeters per year in the middle of the last century. It is now 3 millimeters per year. We are observing all this fast changing. These changes, as I said, already happened a lot and also in a wider range in the past, but not so fast as we are observing now. That's what That's why we are kind of the scientists are creating kind of alarm on that because of the rate of change. So if we look specifically, so this was on a global scale. You can even don't understand it or don't really capture the message. So sometimes it's better, if you want to communicate or understand it better, look at your specific place, where you live. So wherever you live, probably you have some data. Maybe even if in your university there is no climate group or specific science group devoted to the analysis of climate data, you will have some database from international activities, from some report, from where you can look specifically what is happening in the recent decade over your place. For example, for us, this is Abruzzo. So we are here. L'Aquila is, now probably you know how to locate it on the geographical map. And this is our climate in the last century. So basically the region is divided in two parts. There is a coastal area and a mountain area. Of course, the coastal area is hotter, and it is hotter especially because of the minimum temperatures. Because during the day, especially in summer, but throughout the year, the maximum temperatures are almost the same, but at night, of course, because of the mountains, the temperature goes down a lot more in these more internal areas. And this is the distribution of precipitation, which happens specifically mostly over the mountain ranges and over the slopes. So this is what characterizes our static picture, what we are used to, what our, let's say, fathers, what our grandfathers tell us about the habits of this place. But it is changing, actually. It is not a static picture. So this is the difference with the past ages. Actually, in the history of humanity, the climate changed dramatically also in the past, okay? But with times that are much more relaxed, okay? So for example, all the empires that we study at school, the Romans, Egypt, whatever, Syria, whatever, they always developed in the right place at the right time, in the right centuries. At some point, the climate changed. Maybe the precipitation stopped, so the place became arid, and the emperor moved to another more favorable place. So this happened, but in times of centuries and centuries. Now it is happening in times of a lifetime of one human, so on the time scale of a few decades. And for example, we see the numbers which resemble really the same as the global scale. So we have seen that in the last century, over the globe, the temperature increased by 1 degree. This is happening also here, with exactly the same rate. But what is really surprising is the rate of change. So it's the speed this is happening. If you calculate the rate, so how many degrees per century is the trend of this temperature? And you think to project it to the next decades, for example, to 2100, okay? Then we see that the recent climate has this kind of rate. So for example, the maximum temperature are increasing by 6 degrees per century. So it means that if this trend will continue, in 1 century, we will have an average temperature over our place of 6 degrees higher than today. Is it a lot? It is not? Who knows? Let's compare it with the past. To understand the numbers, we have to compare with what we are used to, with what is the habit and what are the changes in the past. So this is a graph showing the temperature in the last 500,000 years, which so in the last million years on Earth, we had an alternation of glacial and interglacial eras, with a frequency of about 100,000 years. So every 100,000 years, we had a glacial era. okay? So here we see 5 glacial eras, because we see 5 periods of very cold temperature and 5 periods of interglacial. We are living in one interglacial, okay? We call it Holocene, which means good weather, good climate, because that was useful to develop our civil society. But what is impressive is this number, I think. What is the difference between the average temperature in a glacial and interglacial era? It's 6, 7 degrees. It's not 50 degrees. It's not 100 degrees. It's not from minus 18 to plus 15. It's a small difference of this number. And this is the same as the one that we are experiencing now, but just in 1 century. So this change happened in 10,000 years. Now it is happening in only 100 years. That's why we are alarmed. That's why we are worried about that. Because we don't know if we will make it to stay at the pace of this change. As humans, as biosphere, and we live off the biosphere, of the natural resources. So that's why we are worried, okay? Okay, so why is that? I'm consuming already all my time, I think. I don't have the clock, sorry. It's 10, I started that. Okay, I will ask to the okay. As I said, this is much of this change can be attributed to the change in the composition of the atmosphere, especially in the concentration of greenhouse gas. How much time do I have from now? No, how much time I can speak from now? 30 minutes. No, I can speak even for 10 hours, but I just want to know. Okay. I don't want to consume the time of the next speaker. Okay, great. So when I see heads bowing like this, I will stop. Okay. If you look at the temperature, which is this black line, and if you look at the composition, in particular here we see CO2 in the last few 100,000 years, and you see the solar radiation change. Well, what you can notice is that these two signals are really much well correlated with respect to the one of, for example, the solar input. Okay, so from this kind of analysis and this kind of data, scientists become to realize that actually a key element of to explain the recent change in the last millennia, but also in the last decades that we observe in the climate system was probably due to the change in the atmospheric composition, in particular CO2 and all other greenhouse gases, okay? Because they are really the key driver of the variability. So, what is happening? We have many elements into our Earth system. They are divided. You can assume that it is a kind of closed system. So the escape and the input from space is really small. Basically, we have all the elements on our planet, and they basically transfer from a place to another, but they are always the same. Okay, so they transfer to the atmosphere, to the ocean, to the Earth, to the deep Earth, and they exchange between these reservoirs with certain time scales, which of course are slower and slower as you go deeper into the soil, for example. So for the carbon, we have some part of the carbon on our planet is stored into the atmosphere as CO2 and other carbon-containing molecules. There are actually many of them. They exchange this carbon with the biosphere, for example, photosynthesis. They exchange it with the ocean, photosynthesis as well, but also because the water is able to absorb some of this carbon, okay? And all these places are not constant, are not fixed. So also the ocean, for example, can be divided in different layers, which has a different mass. For example, the surface layer is just the first kilometer. Then you have the 2 or 3 kilometers down, which is much more mass. Then you have the deep ocean. So depending on the size of the reservoirs, and especially not only the size, but also the mechanism that, how efficient is the mechanism of losing the carbon stored in each reservoir, then you will have a certain capacity of this reservoir. So as you see, most of our carbon into the earth is actually contained into the deep sediments in the soil. Okay, but in the fast, let's say, reservoirs over the surface, much of it is in the deep ocean. Okay, so you would say that if we add carbon for some time over in the atmosphere, then okay, we just have to wait that it goes down to the deep ocean or the sediments. Okay, actually this is the case, but how fast is this process? This is the key. It is always a matter of, so there is something missing. Yes, because I corrected some slide, but I forgot to send it. Okay, so from this calculation, basically what you can see is that the time, the residence time to stay, for example, in the deep ocean is 120 years, which is the same time that takes the atmosphere to lose basically the carbon that we add to the atmosphere. Okay. So if we add something to the atmosphere in terms of CO2, it will stay there for 120 years. This is the message. And then it will be stored in more slow reservoirs. For natural processes, all these carbon-containing substances actually will sooner or later return to the atmosphere, to the ocean, to the atmosphere. But they will do that very slowly, at very slow pace. Okay? And actually, it happened. That's why we had also the glacial and interglacial periods, because these natural cycles happen all the time, okay? But they are kind of slow. So for example, if you look at the CO2 concentration during the glacial and interglacial eras, you can see that when there is a deglaciation, there is an abrupt increase of CO2, okay? So more CO2 is related to more temperature, to warming, usually. So this is from a glaciation to interglaciation. And there was a very sharp change of about 100 ppm. So ppm is parts per million, is the measure that we have for measuring this concentration. Is the concentration of CO2, okay? 100. So the change from glacier to interglacier is 100, which happened in 10,000 years, okay? This is a rate of change of 0.01 ppm per year, if you divide these two numbers. And the change was, yes, 100, from 180 to 280. Today, what we are seeing that in 1 century, we went from 220 to more than 400. Today, we are at 420, something like that. So we already imposed and observed into the system a change in CO2 concentration, which is larger than the difference between the glacial and interglacial era, but that happened only in 1 century. And this was first measured in Mauna Loa, a very nice place, Hawaii, where US installed a monitoring system for CO2. They started that for other reasons, actually, to study the biosphere and the carbon cycle on a global scale. So they went to a very, very remote place in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. But actually, after a few years, they started to realize that actually they were looking for this signal, the alternation between the living cycle of the northern and the southern hemisphere. That's why you see this oscillation, because in the northern hemisphere we have much more continents, so much more trees, forests. So when it's summer, they capture CO2. When it's winter, they release CO2 mostly, okay? So you see this alternation of global concentration of CO2 on a global scale. And they were interested in that. However, they started to look that this curve actually was increasing from here to here, almost constantly. And the rate is 2 ppm per year, compared to what we have seen from glacier to interglacier of 0.01. So it is 200 times faster. And they started to be worried about that. They said since 50 years ago, I think, look, there is something strange in this data. So they also started to look at more data, at more compounds and over longer periods. And they've seen that all what we call greenhouse gases have been increasing a lot in the last century. So what happened? Basically, we modified the clock of this return time of the sediments, carbon-containing sediments, to the atmosphere. So we used a lot of fossil fuels to have the energy to fuel our technological and energy-consuming society since the Industrial Revolution, okay? And so we increased by about 50 times the rate of return from the sediments to the atmosphere, from 0.2 to 10. Okay, that's why we are looking at this fast change, because we have dramatically altered the natural carbon cycle. And indeed, what we see is that using the fossil fuels, we are basically bringing back all the carbon stored into the soils to the atmosphere, and the atmosphere, the system is not able to absorb it instantaneously. That's the problem. So it is partly absorbed back to the biosphere, to the ocean, but in part stays into the atmosphere. And that's why we are observing this increase of CO2. So just to give the numbers, about 50% of fossil fuel-related CO2 emission stay into the atmosphere. The remaining 50% is absorbed by the forest and the ocean, okay? So that's why we should take action, because all this, so now I will go to the practical part. All of this, as we know from the news, from the discussion on social networks, now is really something that is really on the top level of the agenda, of the political agenda of the governments, apart when there is some kind of emergency. And there are a lot of consequences of that, because the system is changing so fast that also all the impacts are happening at a rate that we don't understand. We don't have time to adapt. So that's why some action is needed. And as a university, what we can do? Basically, we are called at working at two types of planning. One is mitigation and one is adaptation. So mitigation is aimed at reducing the causes of climate change, so reducing the emissions. We have to count our emission, we have to see where we emit more, and we should try to reduce the activities that generate more carbon emission from fossil fuels. This is, in simple words, the message. And this is just to avoiding the unmanageable. So since all this increase in the temperature creates a lot of problems in terms of different distribution of precipitation, different impact on agricultural activity, transport activity, industrial activity, all our activities basically, which are perceived mostly as negative, okay? For some places, maybe there is also something positive, but on a global scale, this fast change seems to be overall negative, okay, in terms of impact. We should try to reduce the root cause, which is the emission of greenhouse gases. So it calls to a global action, because the atmosphere is only one, the Earth is only one. If we don't reduce altogether these fossil fuel emissions, it's useless. I mean, if only here we reduce to 0% to zero emission, will be just a small point in a very large system, so will be pointless. Okay, so it's really a call to global action. So our specific contribution as university can be really, let's say, negligible in terms of emission, but it's very important in terms of example to society. First of all, the place, the city, the region where the university lives. Okay, so in doing this plan, and here you have a link to the guide. Actually, here we don't have guidelines, for example, from European institutions or already established the planning, such as the one that we have heard before. Here is something really underway. So you need to really enter into the problem and use also some creativity to do that. However, in Italy, we are trying to, let's say, do this network of University for Sustainable Development, and one of the tasks of this network is to homogenize the action about the planning on these two mitigation and adaptation strategies. So here, actually, probably you will have the PDF of this. So if you click here, you will have access to the white papers, the white documents that we have written together in the last couple of years to have a scheme, but it is just a starting point. As I said, it's not a strict recipe to do this kind of planning that I'm talking about. We will not go into details, just the basic concepts. So this global action, we will do our part, but the main part will be to do really our best to interpret our planning, our action, as something that could be generalized to the others. First of all, to the city where the university is, and to the region, okay, so the nearest neighbors, let's say, but in principle to everybody, so to all the similar places and all the similar situations, because this will be the most important part, since we need a global action. So what we do is not to say we are better than the others, it's just to say, let's do like us, because it will be better for everybody, something like that. Adaptation is something more local. Adaptation is just noticing that since we already had the Industrial Revolution by 100, 150 years, 200 years, whatever, we already emitted a lot of greenhouse gases. Even if we stop now, today, everything at the global scale, the consequences will be for at least another 100, 200 years. Because the system, however, will take time to absorb back all that we emitted so far. Okay? So something will happen, however, in the next centuries. And we should adapt to that, try to anticipate, however, the effect, and try locally to understand what is expected in our place, and take action about that. This is adaptation, okay? The two are kind of related. You can even imagine to have actions which are useful both for mitigation and adaptation, but conceptually they're a little bit the same. This will need something that measure our emission rates of our activities and try to reduce them. This will ask for local knowledge of what is expected in the next future in terms of climate change in our place. Okay, so it starts from different knowledge, let's say. How to do that? Well, we don't have like a magic recipe, unfortunately. Especially for reduction, it seems like that there is no single or simple solution. There will be a mix of different kind of approaches, okay? So in any kind of this graph that you see where they project and they do plans for global emission reduction of fossil fuel usage, you always have a variety of solutions combined together. There is no single one solving, okay, I have to stop? Yes. 10 minutes, okay. So it will be a mix of using more electric engines, because we have the hope of producing electricity using more renewable sources, okay? Improving the efficiency in transport industry, how we build our houses and how we build our infrastructures. It will need also a change in the attitude of people, so not being so comfortable in wasting so easily both resources and both energy and materials. Rethink a little bit our production and consumption system, our economic system in a word, okay? Going, for example, more toward the so-called circular economy, where we reuse and reuse a lot more the materials and the energy. But, as I said, it is difficult to find only one simple solution to solve everything. And actually, also all the technologies and changes that are kind of projected or planned probably will not be enough to reduce the problem to pre-existing climate. We will also need something to add negative emission. So, for example, forests are already a negative emission because they, on the life cycle of 1 year, they absorb more carbon than release in the right conditions. If they also have enough nutrients, enough water, they do not burn, something like that. But we cannot cover all the planet with forests and will be unfeasible to do that because of the lack of nutrients and water. And we will also do probably some technology which will be efficient in removing the carbon from the atmosphere, but this should not consume more energy than and should not produce more pollution than it removes. So all these basically technologies are under discussion, under development, but not at all measured already to be applied on a large scale. So when we're doing planning, the first thing we have to do, we have to measure. We have to measure our emission. Usually for a university, we have direct emission and indirect. So direct would be, for example, the heating system of the buildings, okay? Because we consume energy locally and we release our CO2 locally because of the waste system. We have indirect emissions. For example, when we use electricity, this is indirect. We use it here, but was produced somewhere else. So the CO2 was actually emitted somewhere else. So this is indirect. Also, mobility is kind of indirect because it does not happen on the place, but it happens on the way, let's say. Okay, and it is not directly related to the activity itself of the university. It is a kind of byproduct because we have to move from our home to our workplace or our study place. So this is how usually these emissions are divided, direct and indirect, but doesn't matter this difference. What really matters is measuring the main contribution to these emissions. And this is usually done in this way. You have to count the rate of activity multiplied by a given emission factor. So for example, the activity can be the energy consumption in kilowatt hours over 1 year of your building, and you multiply that by an emission factor of the production of electricity in your region or your country. So the kilowatt, the ton of CO2 emitted for each kilowatt. The multiplication of these two will give you the tons of CO2 emitted over 1 year in your building. Okay, this is just an example, and you can use it for several several voices of the computation. So for our university, this is the computation in the last years, and yellow is mobility, this is electricity, and this is the heating system. These are the three main voices and contribution to this CO2 emission overall of the university. As you see, more than half is due to mobility. We live in a place where most of the transport is by car, only one person per car. The public system is not so good. The bike lanes basically do not exist, and so on. So it is really demanded to the private to move around the city. That's why we have a lot of this contribution from mobility. Maybe in your place could be a little bit less, but I suspect that for most cases, at least half of the emission will be from transport, from mobility, even between cities. So 80% of our students are from outside the city, and they move here, yes, with public transport, but also a lot by car, and we don't have much train, so it's, yeah, this is our major contribution. Then we have electricity and heating. One thing that you may learn from this picture is that this is the county, so these numbers are really, let's say, not so much uncertain, because these are based on what you pay. So this is really the bill, multiplied by the emission factor. So it's really a robust number. For mobility, not so much. But as you see, for example, in 2020, when we had the COVID emergency, basically everybody was at home, nobody was in the building of the universities. We have exactly the same emissions of the other years, because the buildings are like animals living alone, without any contribution from people. Okay, so this is something that we need to keep in mind when doing our planning, noticing something particular in our data. Okay, as I said, the transport based on car is the major emitting. So we have to find, a good thing would be to find a link with your local place. For example, this is the computation of the emissions for the whole city, the city of L'Aquila. And curiously, but not so much, there is a correspondence of percentage of the share of the emission of the university and the whole city. So most of it is due to road transport. The rest is combustion from heating systems, industry, and whatever. But the picture is really the same. So it means that the actions that we do and we plan for our university probably can be extended and be beneficial also for the larger area where the university lives. So this is, I think, the clever point of making a good plan at your university. Last thing, adaptation. As I said, adaptation is facing what will happen, however, in the next decades and century. In terms of variability, especially of the climate, it's not only the average state, but it is the oscillation that are around the average. So, for example, this can be a signal from a climate variable. In the past, we were used to a certain average level and a certain number of overpass of threshold. For example, cold and heat, or warm days, or very rainy days, very dry periods, and so on, any variable, okay? In the future, we are expecting and projecting some change. Will our systems, our society, our buildings, our procedures resist to larger variations or to different temperature, precipitation, and so on? This is the question that is behind the adaptation planning. So we have to look at our infrastructures, see what are the weaknesses today, and see if these weaknesses will become larger in the future and make plans about that, adapt to that. That's why it's called adaptation. So here the starting point is the knowledge of the climate in the past and the future. Okay, because you always have to compare with the past and see what is the difference, expected difference in the next decades. For this, probably you already have reports from the environmental agency, from the ministry of your country. You probably would already have of the scientific literature information about that. In the white documents that I referenced before, we have documents for Italy, but of course we couldn't have documents for all Europe or other countries around the world. One good thing is that when you're planning adaptation, you should look at threats, so risks in your place specifically, but also to opportunities. Because it is true that maybe the climate will change, but if we are clever enough, maybe we may exploit some change at our advantage. Okay, so for example, we are in a mountain areas, we will lose winter tourism, maybe we will have more summer tourism. Okay, just to make a stupid example. We will have less cold during winter, so less cold stress in terms of health, in terms of infrastructure, more warm heat stress during summer, and so on. So the conceptual approaches to adaptation are these three. You may protect your place. Okay, this is showed with sea level, but it can also be heating, can also be precipitation, can be any variable. So, for example, protection means that you build new infrastructure to prevent the risk to come to your place. Retrofitting means modifying on-site the infrastructure in order to adapt to the new range of variation. And the final one, the most extreme, is transfer. If you evaluate that the building, the infrastructure that is here is not good, will not be appropriate in the future decades, maybe it is better to invest money to move everything somewhere else. Depends on the... And so this is the final scheme that you may read on your own on the slides, because you will have the slides. For the adaptation strategy planning, it's very complex because it needs really a lot of information and a lot of interdisciplinary exchange, because you start from something that is physical, so the knowledge of future climate and the past climate. You have to transfer it to technologies, to economic investment, and so on. So it is really a complex process if you want to go from A to Z in detail. I think that's all. So I really thank you for your attention. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Hi, hello. I'm from Poland, and I want to ask about two things. The first is more personal question: how you get today to the university? Yes, yes. You, professor. How to get? You choose car, bike. May you live somewhere closer? And you, yes, you. And second question is that university has got some plan to encourage students or maybe workers to resignate from cars. You have some problem, some idea, some...
Okay, so personally, yes, I try to move by walk and by bike as much as possible. But of course, this cannot be, I think, an individual solution, because the infrastructure is fundamental. And also the other part of the organization of your life. So, for example, I have two kids that go to school, and they are less than 12 years, so they cannot go alone to school. I have to bring them. I have to use the car, because we don't have the bus that take the kids to go to where we live from to the school. This is one practical problem that is unsolvable alone. It should be the administration that solves it. Okay, so the message is, the best thing you can do in this case is to put pressure on the administration, maybe not alone, but with other people that are aware of that and take care of that, in changing the situation and allowing people of doing different choices. At the moment, the problem is that we are stuck to do only one choice, use your car alone. That's the main choice in 99% of the cases. For example, I will mitigate that. They are at 1 kilometer, the school is at 1 kilometer from the university, so I leave the car there and I walk back and forth to the workplace. So this is the only thing I can do. Okay. In summer, they do not go to school. I use the bike to go to work. And but this is a personal and pointless solution. It's just for my health, let's say, because I walk and use the bike a little bit more than using only the car. Okay. We should encourage, as you said, many more people in doing the same choices, but also putting pressure on the administration to do that. Administrations at all levels. We need the city administration for local, but we also need the regional administration because 80% of the students come from other cities, so they need the transport to come here, which should be sustainable also as the one that we can maybe offer here. It is national because most of these choices cannot be solved by laws of the local governments. These are strategic plans of the nation, maybe of a continent. So we should do everything I think at the same time. The individual choices, I think, help in changing your mentality and your willingness of changing things, and maybe it is a good example for other people. But I think this is the good thing of doing a specific individual choice. We should put pressure on administration, and this is done together. So a university, I think, has a good power in doing that because it's a very important institution, usually in the city. It brings also a lot of money because of the students from abroad. So it's an important industry, let's say, of the city. So should have a voice important to say something to the administration. And these people all together, I think, will somewhat have a common idea and more consciousness, so more willingness also to ask to the general, to the national government of doing something more effective in helping people in changing. Because my feeling is that many people want to change, but they feel isolated, they feel somewhat impotent because the problem is too big. I think the problem is not too big. The problem is that we have to change our economic system at the roots. So that's the problem. So there are many interests, many lobbies, many, let's say, behaviors that are there since a lot of time. So this is the main difficulty. We are planning to do some action at local level, starting from local level, in suggesting people to use, for example, more the bike, walking. But at the same time, we are aware that biking in this city sometimes is difficult. It's dangerous. It's not difficult, it's dangerous sometimes. So we only have a few bike lanes. I use the bike lanes to come because I live in the city center. I work in Coppido. It's 5 or 6 kilometers, and I have the bike lane. But for many other people, it's not the case. And when I don't use the bike lane, I feel the danger of doing that. People is only used to use the car, so they are not used to people on the bike. So the infrastructure is something that the university cannot build alone. It should be the local administration doing that. But they will do that only if people ask to do that, because on their own they will never do that. Unless, I don't know, some magic ministry comes and say, you have to do that, otherwise you go to jail, something like that. But even in that case, I don't know if it will happen. So, yes, I think it's a mix of all these things all together.
Yeah, I also, hi, thank you very much. It was a very interesting talk. I live in Bergen, Norway, and it's a mountain city surrounded by 7 mountains, so they have a climate problem if the air is stuck kind of over town. So what they do is they in wintertime, they measure nitric oxides and introduce every second the cars with the registration number. If it's if it's a par in the kind of every second day. Yeah, that's one thing. And the second is what they've done is that they're sponsoring electric cars, and that has maybe been the most effective. So you can get an electric car for the same price as a regular car, and that has kind of so if you can influence government from the bottom up. Yeah.
Even the incentives to electric cars.
Do you have them? Incentives to?
No, I don't.
No. But I'm thinking, are there incentives for electric cars, like cheaper parking or cheaper entrances or no taxes?
There are no taxes at all.
Okay. So maybe people don't want. Yeah, exactly. Okay. But do you see any difference in the number of electric cars? Is it on its way? Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, because in our case, it's exploded.
Yeah. It depends on the incentive that they
Sure.
I think of the measure. I don't think it would be a near. Honestly, I don't think it is a near, let's say, time scale solution, because producing more cars will not fix the problem. I think will increase the problem. And the other thing is that we produce electricity using fossil fuels mostly, even today. So changing our fleet of cars to electric cars today immediately will increase the problem, I think, will not solve it. Personally, I think the best would be to use the car as less as possible and try to keep your car as long as possible. That's difficult, yes. I don't say that it's easy, but that's why the system should help you. You should have alternatives. You should have the alternative of using sometimes for some kind of task the public transport. You should be able to use the bike when you can. You should be able to use sharing mobility. For example, why should I own my own car? I need it maybe 10% of the time. Why should be mine? I can use a shared one. I don't want it. Because I should have a parking lot, I should have an insurance, I should have many things related to having and possessing a car. One. Maybe in each family you have 2, 3, 4, 5, so it depends on the number of people basically. So it's one per person, it's not one per family. So as I said, there is no single and simple solution, it will be a mix. I think one lesson of nature is that when there is diversity, then the system is more resistant. Okay, so for example, specifically for transport, we don't have diversity. We only have one solution. That's why whenever you have a monopoly, something that is only one solution, on the long term, you create more problems than solutions. Okay, so I think we need many of them. Okay, so I think we have done.